Hello, hello everyone. How are we doing? Welcome to the WardiTV June Group A into half of Group C broadcast. Hello, hello, hello. Let me reset a couple things. Trying to get some stuff sorted out. It's been all over the place. Getting this tournament together in general has been a bit all over the place, but we are here. We've got players ready to play, so there is good news in that regard. Hello, hello. How's everyone doing? Alright, so we're gonna get going in just a few moments, guys. Just getting some videos done. And we'll get this underway. Yeah, we've got a pretty fun group to start us off. So we're going to go into Group A first, which is going to be Harstem, Geralt, Solar, and Percival. And then we're going to go into bits of Group C later, half of Group C later on. It'll be MaxPax, Yakov, Spirit, and Cristiana. And obviously top two of each group advance to the playoffs. Now we're not going to do the whole of Group C later, we're going to do half of it on Friday after Group D. So we're just kind of basically splitting Group C up into two parts to lengthen the broadcast of Groups A and D. So just to give you guys some info on that. Alright, we got some videos coming in, so we shouldn't be too long. Why is it doing this again? Why is it doing that? This time it definitely didn't change anything. Yo, thank you so much for the 39-month resub on the Prime, Chan. Appreciate it. Why is it making that weird-ass sound, though? It's doing it all day? No, it wasn't doing it all day. It stopped after like the first 5 minutes. So strange though. I think my thing's just lagging. Like if I do this, that's how I look. It's harder than I thought. Nope, it's definitely coming through weird on my OBS, but why? I don't know, I have no idea why. So weird. There you go, that sounded a little bit better there. I don't know why it's just been so strange. It just feels like the first 3 or 4 just are like laggy, and then afterwards it fixes. Strange. Good. We're doing 2 groups today. We're doing 1.5 groups. Doing half of Group C. Do you feel like I'm missing one player though? We're not missing a player, he's just not in the chat channel. Cool. Alright. Our players are ready. Which they are. Let's start this game and let's start some action. We're going to go Harstem versus Geralt as our first match of the day, guys. Hello and welcome to the WardiTV June Group A. A little bit of a hectic start, but that's okay. We'll get there. We'll get there. Just need a little bit of time to settle down and sim it as we get ready to rumble. Alright, let's party into some action as we kick off and get ready to roll. And talk Mac for our opening game of the day. In the top right-hand side, we're going to start off with the blue Protoss player. This is going to be Geralt to begin with, taking on the red Protoss. In the bottom left-hand side of the map, we have ourselves Harstem in this opening best of 3. So, we kick things off, we get underway. Good to see what's going to happen. And yeah, see where the games will take us as we open up and move on through. And get ourselves, like I say, into some action. Alright, let's throw the indie camera on. Some real observing in here. And let's actually get started up. So, what are we expecting? Harstem and Geralt, I actually really don't know too much. I mean, Geralt likes to play a lot of just expansion, Mac brew stuff. I think Harstem will be fairly happy to match him, to be honest. I think we could see a couple of longer PvP openings here if I had to make a guess. So, let's see what the style and the plan may be as we get settled in and we get ready to rumble. Our simulators coming up is just going to be 1 gas for a moment longer for Harstem, so a little bit later on gas 2. Slight difference in the build there, as we also have the scout coming across the map as well. So Geralt is later gas from Geralt, and he's going into the scout across the map, so he's looking to see what's going on. Harstem is only going to play single gateway, so he's not going to play that second gate, and so Harstem may be looking for that faster expansion. Now, of course, with double gateway, you can do a lot of things to try and punish a fast expand, but I do think Geralt's preference is to just expand himself. Like, if he gets the choice to expand, you know, because his opponents expand, I think Geralt just kind of accepts that. I don't think Geralt's going to be overly kind of cautious or anything like that. I think he's just going to send it. I think he's just going to go for it. So, I think that will be his plan in these early stages. We just have probe of Harstem coming over to confirm what's up. He may try and play the blockage on the natural as well. We'll see what units Geralt gets out of these gateways. Harstem gets the Stargate going before he expands, so he has been very safe about this. It's a 1 gate, but it's not straight to an expansion of no tech. He will get the Stargate up initially. Even more reason, I think, for Geralt to look toward his own expansion here. And, you know, you can still pressure and poke forward with a couple of Stalkers early and, you know, use the fact that you've got 2 gateways in your favor. So you can still do that while applying some pressure. The Geralt obviously helps to deny the pylon, which means that you will be able to get to the natural location sooner rather than later. I mean, Geralt's doing a pretty good job. He's going to end up expanding at a similar time because he keeps on blocking with the pylons. Obviously, again, this is a factor of, you know, Harstem still has a much faster Stargate, so there is a benefit still from Harstem. And actually, Geralt will go Stargate himself before expanding, which means that he will also take a little bit longer to expand and drop the Nexus in. Harstem opens with the Oracle out of the Stargate. Of course, if neither player know it's a Stargate versus Stargate, then Phoenix may not come around, or we may avoid that Phoenix versus Phoenix play. Let's see what Geralt wants to build off of his, because it's halfway done. I mean, it's significantly later. You're already going to have an Oracle out as Harstem before your opponent can build anything. Just want to go second Oracle. Sometimes you do, sometimes you want to just save that gas to spend it elsewhere as well, so definitely an option or possibility. Nexus is still coming through, the probe coming up, the Phoenix on the way, and that warp gate in as well. Again, the Twilight Council will just continue to come through, so Twilight coming in, Nexus about to complete. As the Oracle flies up, okay, it's just a Phoenix then. That means that Harstem just has to get out of there. Can we actually save this Oracle? The recall will go down. He will get out, but obviously that Oracle is kind of denied. Phoenix production continues from Geralt, but we do also see the Twilight Council on both sides of the map as we get that underway. Two more gateways coming through as well. Just going to see that Oracle setting up. Getting put straight down. And just got that stasis ward put into place. The Phoenix going to continue to chase and try and hit this Oracle, but, well, there's a battery and the Stalkers are protected, so the Oracle should just be fine. I like it staying at home and just using some stasis wards. Definitely creates a layer of defense without really risking that Oracle. It lets you kind of keep that alive and keep that going, so that is a major positive. As the Phoenix heads down to the bottom side, and we will have again the blink building from both players now currently, as we work our way through the early stages of this opening game. Yeah, some fun groups in the end, considering about 24 hours ago I had one player ready to play in these groups. I really managed to scramble some players together, which is great. Going to be doing kind of the same for Group D on Friday. We've got a couple players for Group D already. Still need a couple more. I am hoping with a couple players obviously falling out of GSL by Friday that maybe we could invite a couple of those guys. So that is a possibility as well, something else we can look at to try and diversify the player pool a little bit for this tournament. Get a few more people involved. I was obviously a little bit skeptical in inviting people before GSL as groups are done and stuff, because obviously a lot of people want to focus on certain things, such as GSL. So thought we'd figure that out a little. Next is dropping down onto that third base. The Stalkers get rid of the hallucination. A couple of Phoenix still making their way up toward the top. As you do see the blink about to finish up here, so we'll get that blink completed on both sides. And a Forge on the way in, the Nexus being built, the battery coming down as well, as we still get that Nexus coming through, the blink coming up on both sides. And we just continue to build for the moment. So again, a little bit more continuation just for the moment here. Definitely ended up in the kind of position that I felt like these two players were going to end up in, right? Where, again, it's very macro-focused. Neither player really got super aggro to the other. Both of their openings were fairly safe while being expansion-focused. And hence here we are. Third base is finished. Work count's looking pretty similar. Quite a lot of Stalkers poking forward here from Geralt, but Harstem will actually blink forward aggressively. Nice blink away from Geralt. Saves him that Stalker that was really caught right at the end. And so that will all be okay. Charging the +1 coming through too. Add a couple more gateways onto that. And a couple of Phoenix still taking shots from the Stalkers. As the Stalkers will try and continue to deflect those from finding just a couple of probes. It's annoying. Two Phoenix can do a lot if given the time and the space. And you'd want to be able to poke those away. Ideally, they don't stick around forever. So yeah, at least from Geralt, it's keeping a couple of Harstem's units out of position. Geralt is the one lingering on the map. He's definitely lurking with these Stalkers and hoping to find an opportunity, a chance on, an angle at which he can maybe get some damage done, but I don't think he's going to find much. And to be fair, it's not like he's reinforcing these Stalkers where he must do damage. He is following up with charge, +1, the extra gates and a Nexus. He is setting up for the future, and especially because he had map control. Establishing a 4th base while Harstem is still on the 3 bases, not thinking about a 4th, could be the kind of advantage that Geralt could roll with into the future of this game and really capitalize on, given a little bit more time and a little bit more setups. So, again, a couple things to think on there. There's a couple of Stalkers to continue to patrol in that main. Again, still looking to deflect the Phoenix should they arrive. And yeah, all of the tech just powering through from Geralt right now, who, again, with the 4th base coming up, might start to take a few extra probes, might start to take just a little bit of an eco advantage in the next few moments. The Stalkers gathering, the other Stalkers are gathering. Battery finishing, and again, +2 in the charge still coming into play. A robot facility in the Temple Archives coming online as well. Additional gates and a Nexus continue to produce. Also, I'm going to get onto the map, but I don't know if he's really got the numbers to necessarily go and fully kind of pursue opportunities right now. Stalkers get chased away. Phoenix pulling back up that right-hand side. Paladin will take some damage. Just gonna see the other Stalkers coming through. Actually gets a lift up on one of those Stalkers as well. Now the few Zealots coming about that. Also, just for the moment, again, +2 attack. Couple High Templars continue to come over. Yeah, at least Harstem from map control is actually getting some value, getting some pylons and poking his way through a Nexus. Not sure if he can really stick around here. Realistically, there's a lot of Zealots. I don't think the High Templar are going to help, but there's a lot of units. And oh, he completely dodged the stasis. Now it catches. A couple of them at the same time actually catch. And a bunch of those Zealots do get caught. That allows Harstem to kind of keep on trading, so the Zealots will go down a little further, and Harstem getting a little bit of extra value. Has established a 4th base behind all of this as well. One more pile on that right side getting taken out. Another couple of Stalkers getting lifted. Zealots still charging through. Other Stalkers are going to go blinking forward, and the Zealots charging in as well. The Phoenix is going to come through and lifting once again. Still got a lot of those Stalkers being picked away at, and Archons will continue to give chase for the moment as we make our way through. +2 attack, +2 attack. Both about to finish. So upgrade is going to stay fairly even here. Again, Harstem is fighting against a techier army though. Still got charge about to complete, +3 attack coming up from both players, and a Dark Shrine from Harstem. It's a nice thing to add on, but he definitely has an army supply issue at the moment, so he needs to figure that out, because being down this amount of army supply is dangerous. Resource loss is similar. He's actually got more workers in the game too. He needs to really go and put them into play, and I mean, maybe he's just investing a lot into the future. I mean, you look at that production tab, it's much more full for Harstem than it is Geralt. But with Geralt kind of jumping onto a base of Harstem here, it really is time for Harstem to start spending some money on the army and specifically improving that aspect of this game. Else we're going to be in some trouble. We are going to have these shots coming through. I mean, just Geralt in a good position, to get rid of the Nexus. Harstem would have to kind of fight through the choke point there, and I do just think that Harstem has just neglected to add to his army, despite obviously being kind of on the verge of being forced into a fight. Maybe he just didn't feel as though Geralt was going to get this aggressive, but he saw Geralt's army previously as well. He saw the Zealots included. He saw the Archons setting up. I really feel like Harstem should have had a bit more of a know that something like this was about to happen, and again, just a bit more kind of emphasis on maybe building a few of those gateway units, rather than just continuing to, again, have so much coming up in production that wasn't kind of unit related. So we'll get into game 2 in just a second. Our second map is going to be Maganatha. Yeah, get that started up. Get this underway. So we're going to be doing the PvP, and then we'll do solo versus Percival after this, guys, to continue Group A, and then we'll nudge ourselves into some of the games between the Europeans and Koreans. It's nice because it means that we server hop a couple times at the start, but then we'll be kind of on the correct server for the rest of the day, so it should make it nice and simple and easy for us, and limit the things we have to kind of deal with. As Geralt is going to ready. Waiting for Harstem to do the same. We can go into this game number 2. Perfect, these guys are set. Let's do it. Second game of Harstem versus Geralt here as we open up Group A of WardiTV June. Let's head in game. In the top left-hand side, we are going to see the red Protoss player. This is going to be Harstem. He's going to be down 1 as his opponent Geralt. In the bottom right side, got a faster 4th base, really just got a better army up and made use of it. His opponent did not have the numbers ready to respond. Geralt in the bottom right is our blue Protoss player. We head into game 2 of this best of 3. It's building. Similar is building. Also went 1 gate expansion last game. Out with the 2 gates expanding. Both of them got the Stargate before expanding too. Like I said, it was a safe way for both to ensure themselves a reasonable starting point for the first game of the day. Gates and the gas continue through. Pylons still coming about. Probes on the way. Bring the cyber cores online here as the gateway comes up as well. I'm just going to be having, again, those cyber cores finishing fairly shortly. Harstem has the probe across the map this game, just scouting around a little bit. Once again, he's going to play the 1 gate, while Geralt is going to play the 2 gates. He's not going to swing at that pylon, pick through it, get some damage done, open that up as the Sentry and Zealot together. I'm going to continue to go through. A couple more Stalkers still on the way up as well, so continue to bring that online. Pylon will go down, the Nexus gets placed. Again, the Sentry and the Warp Gate continue to come in for the moment. Have that Sentry finishing, the Warp Gate halfway done. Just going to be seeing the Twilight Council and the Nexus continue to come up. Warp Gate still building. And a probe on the way, just for now. This nation's still flying across. A couple Stalkers will set up. Drop a couple Force Fields down. The Zealot and the 2 Sentries will continue to chase said Stalker. As I like this from Harstem, he's trying to body block with the Sentries, just keep in range. Obviously, Sentries don't have the chasing power that Stalkers do, so that Stalker gets away despite the Force Fields being dropped on it. Doesn't mean that initial bit of energy from Harstem gets kind of soaked up. He's going Robo Facility this game, while Geralt will go for the Stargate. This time, he's going for that after the expanse. Both players expand and then tech this game, so a little bit of a difference already to what we saw in game number 1. Just taking a different route here. Couple Stalkers step up. Force Field's going down again, trying to catch a Stalker. Man, we've used like 5 Force Fields now, and we're not going to get a kill. It's pretty brutal, because like I said, it is going to drain that Sentry energy. That means less hallucinations, less Force Fields in case a more aggressive attack comes. But actually, I didn't realize, sorry, Geralt has a Twilight already. He's going to go Stargate after Twilight. Very interesting. A couple Phoenix could make a big difference, right? Because if you get a couple Phoenix, you have the potential to kind of lift up an Immortal or 2. He's actually going to go Oracle. And a delayed Oracle in this game, also very intriguing. What do we want to do then, Geralt? As we get this set up. Stalkers in better numbers now. Sentries are going to struggle to justify taking that fight. So we'll take the brunt of the damage. Battery will not heal it up enough, and the Stalkers get a kill. Our Oracle was about to be done. The C2 Adepts though getting in here, and that's going to force a recall. So Harstem with a couple of Adepts, and finally something for himself in this game as he gets 4, 5 workers. Here's the Oracle though, and it's just so unexpected. It's such an off timing. It completely undoes the Adept run by. Yeah, it kind of really puts you in an awkward spot. Those couple Stalkers do push the Oracle out of there. More Stalkers gathering. Down to the south, we will just see our Twilight Council probes +1 coming through as well. Add a Nexus in, it's about halfway done currently. Stalker's still just moving over. Sentries coming about, the Stalkers, and so continue to gather up. Oracle going to activate and go after a few of those probes. Gonna see 14 workers already going down for the moment. So a bit more damage being dealt. The Stalker's gonna get that Oracle. It will go down. Oracle falls. Harstem on this other side, I mean, he's already kind of broken through the natural. I guess Geralt is going to do the same on the other side as well with his Stalkers. Harstem has a few defensive Stalkers with some probes helping, trying to reduce the numbers of his opponent here. And Harstem is down 27 workers. He is going to go after and get rid of that pylon, but a few Warp Inhibitors come in, including a couple of Zealots. They're going to be nice and tanky. Hallucinating Stalkers here, and they are absorbing a lot of damage, a lot more than you'd think, as obviously Geralt's just not really paying attention. Oh, yeah, Immortal actually getting stuck there for a few moments, not actually fighting for quite a while. This is very weird. We're not going to have that many units left. I mean, Probes pulling, genuinely going to defend this. Harstem is also defended on his own side of the map. He's going to kill all those Stalkers off. Well, a lot of them came back home to an army that is no longer here anyway. Who the hell is in a better position? I think Geralt, because Harstem has no tech unit out any longer. He had the Robo previously and hence the Immortal, but now he's got just Stalkers, but he doesn't have Blink. So he's just going to have straight up worse units on the map. +1 attack upgrade is nice, but Blink is going to completely outvalue a +1 attack upgrade. So definitely a pretty big factor there, and it does feel like Harstem is in some trouble in this game too. Imagine if Harstem had a Prism. The amount he could have done to kind of keep his units alive on the other side would have been absolutely huge. I actually think a Prism would have made such a world of difference, right? He would have kept an Immortal alive as well, and I would have felt so much better about it as well. Stalker's still pinging, just going to see a bit more back and forth, continuing through for the moment. Next is going to take another couple pings as the Blink continues up as well. I mean, Harstem is going to survive to his own Blink finishing, so credit to him. He's actually going to live through to that point. They both have the third base, 45 workers each. Bringing that charge online again. Gateway Forge, a couple of extra probes. Continue to be built up for the moment. Stalker still gather up the Observer overhead. We have ourselves a little bit of a step through. One Stalker blinks backward. Just getting itself out of trouble straight away is... I mean, honestly, now I like it a little bit for Harstem. Having that upgrade advantage is definitely going to help him. I really felt like Geralt was going to get across the map and make, you know, use of the fact he had a better army comp. Just having Stalkers versus Stalkers, but Blink versus no Blink is such a big deal. But he just does not find that opportunity in the slightest. Now here we are. This nation going to pop out, going to head across the map, down to that bottom right hand side. Just going to see Geralt happy to just stay in the line, in the kind of long term game right now. Just going to move across out the front, get that fourth base set up, and just let this game continue to develop. And we do have that Temple Archives coming in now from both players as well, so we bring that up, get that into play, the +2 attack. Very neatly done actually from Harstem, so really on a very good upgrade lead. Stalkers is going to step straight through there, Nexus. We'll be going down. We get one more High Templar start up as well. Get that warping straight in. And get that charge finishing very shortly. And we sit and we wait. I mean, Geralt's supply is actually popping off a little bit. This time, Geralt's actually going for kind of like that, just the larger unit count, whereas Harstem's got a much more teched up army. A little bit different to what we saw last game, actually. Like, kind of reversing roles, although Harstem never really went Zealots, he was just massing Stalkers. Hey, more Zealots getting warped in, +2 attack starting, so still a full upgrade lead here But Harstem down 20 army supply, though. Upgrades are good, but I don't know if he really overdoes 20 army supply worth in a scenario like this. The Archon in the back didn't fire for a long time. The Immortals are hitting Zealots. The tech units are just not good enough right now for Harstem. They're not really doing what they need to. The defensive position definitely helps. The batteries help a little bit as well. And the Zealots now starting to get through, but then there's no damage output behind it anymore because the tech units all went down. So while the Zealots finally got on top of that army, just wasn't really enough, like I say, damage to really chew through anything and to truly succeed at the end stages of that. Stalkers blink across to get rid of that low HP Archon that Harstem had managed to just about salvage from the fight. So that's now taken out as well, and it looks as though Harstem's supply just is not getting any better. I mean, like I say, in smaller numbers, the upgrade might come into play a little bit more, but it's still an overwhelming amount from Geralt, and that's going to be the deal breaker right now as we continue through GG's, and we are going to see Geralt taking game 2 of this best of 3 and opening up the day with a victory. So Geralt getting a win early on. And that's going to start us off on this Group A. Guys, we're just going to take a quick moment or two. I'm going to be right back and grab myself a drink while we get ourselves ready for the TVZ, which is coming up next. So we will hop on over to Korea for that one. And we'll see you guys in just a few moments for more StarCraft. Yuppie. Hey guys, welcome back. So we should be able to get straight into it. Perfect, alright. Alright. You can ask questions on the other screen. Let's get into our second match of the day. Some TVZ action between the promising Terran player who has been just getting better and better and has continued to have some very good results lately. It's been a very fun play to follow as of late. It is Percival. Definitely kind of punching upwards in the world in terms of where he's at and players he's consistently taking on and so on. So, been fun to see. As we have in the top right hand side, the red Zerg player Solar, representing Falcons, of course. Finalist at Dallas. Great result for him right there. Qualified into EWC easily. Plays GSL round of 8 still this week as well. Big opportunity for him to have another good tournament run. Will be fun to see where that ends up. As we have, Solar in that upper right side, Percival in that bottom left, and we get into some TVZ then. So we're going to have non-mirrors for the rest of the day, guys. As the PvP was the only mirror matchup of this group. I say rest of the day. The rest of this group, we will be touching on a mirror matchup from Group C a bit further down the line when that comes around and is available. So, yo, Ginkamui, thank you so much for the 2-month resub. Coming in as well. Thank you so much for supporting the stream. We appreciate it. And this is a WardiTV event, guys. Oh, the sellout is starting early, isn't it? It's a WardiTV event, which means that these tournaments do not happen without your support. Your support is what helps these tournaments to take place. So if you are enjoying the games today, if you're enjoying the tournaments, and just enjoying the fact we've got StarCraft 2 to watch, do consider supporting. You can sub with the regular sub, you can prime sub. There's 35% off 5 gifted subs or more, I believe, right now as well. So you can take advantage of that if you really want to support. Help us to keep on funding events, running StarCraft, and bringing you guys as much as we possibly can. Sellout section over. StarCraft section begins as we have the SCV scout. Just to confirm, this is hatchery first, no pool first shenanigans or anything along those lines. You have the Reaper going to go across the map. Thing's gonna shoot, we're gonna take some damage. And Lingsby continues to come about. He's gonna fly, Reaper will take some damage. The link speed and the drones continue to come through for a little bit. Reaper will step forward, that link speed still coming in. Get that finished up in the next couple of moments. We just have a couple of Hellions coming through. SCV's getting built on in. That hatchery about finished as well. A couple of Queens still building. The creep on the way up. Reaper trying to get in the front there and make something happen. A couple of Queens will fire. Reaper will take some shots. We have the Hellions gathering up together as well. And that Banshee is continuing to come through as the cloak will start. So cloaking starts up. A couple of SCVs and the orbital command on the way through as well. Nice little grenade. Queen getting bopped about. Just going to be seeing the drones, the Lings, the Queens all building through. A few mules getting set together, and the Hellions all gathering. The Banshees will join up as well. Factory lives off the reactor. I'm just going to have that as a group of Hellions then. It's just 4? Sorry, 6 Hellions in total. Yeah, because 2 on the map. So 6 Hellions total. I mean, very standard. Just Hellion Banshee opening. Very safe. And also a lot of potential to get damage done. We'll see if Percival finds any openings or any points of interest for himself here over the next few minutes. As initially here we poke through that Spore Crawler. Gets a cancel, gets a drone. The Queens gather up to continue pushing the few Hellions around on that left-hand side. Queens continue to fire. Grenade goes down, bopping the Queens back around as well. Aliens, the Reaper still gathering then. The Stim is on the way up. The Ling's testing for the wall off, and it is there, so defense in position from Percival. No mistake made, although that depot, a little bit adventurous, will go down. As the Hellions are still threatening to try and grab some of those drones, so taking a pretty hefty dive onto Crew Thread as well. We actually put some damage now onto this fourth base. Can we get a cancel here? Queen showing up, Banshee's cloaked, and we are good. We will indeed get rid of this hatchery, cancel, rebuild, and then cancels it a second time. The drone might end up going down. It did get roasted by the Hellions, so yeah, good job by Percival, at least powering his way through and slowing down that fourth base of Solar, making it a little bit difficult for him in these early stages. Not quite going to be on the fourth at the timing he wanted to be at originally. Because they're just having that made difficult for him in those early stages. Banshee's firing up, the Queen taking some shots once again. A couple of Queens on the bottom side coming up and chasing those Banshees as well. 1-1 upgrades, Stimpack on the way through, the melee upgrades, the carapace, and the bailing speed continue to come about as well. Stim just finishes, and again the Reaper and the few Hellions head over to the right as the hatchery will be going down. The Banshee's low, being put to good use to be fair, and they'll be brought back around the top side as the bailing speed starts up on that bailing nest as well, so we can get that underway. That started up as well. That Marine Tank Force stepping forward, bailing speed coming up. Seeing the melee upgrade still coming through, and the Ling's going to try and jump on top of the siege tank there as we just have that going down fairly swiftly. Ling's going to keep on firing, just going to see that hatchery taking some more damage. The Ling Bane will try and step across as the Banes will crash in once more, and that's going to force Percival to lift up here. I mean, honestly, nice for Solar, because this was a moment where Percival's supply was looking good, upgrades were in his favor. A lot of things looking good for Percival, looking to get a hatchery on this right side with the Hellbats now. Don't think that's gonna... Actually, it's gonna go down. He's gonna have to cancel it, so we actually lose the right side base. Good moments for Percival, definitely getting into a good position. Can he play this out? Can he power this position through into something which turns into a victory? Because right now, the starting point has been very solid, but Solar is one of the kings of playing from that kind of position of just about to die and being able to maintain himself in a good enough position and kind of get himself to a victory screen in the end. The Banshee's cloak and get pulled away. Good job by Percival keeping those alive, repairing them, bring them back through, continuing to try and just make use of these Banshees through the game. Invest into those units, get the most out of them is only going to help you as there's a base going down again. Percival is making the right things happen, as that is going to be no fourth base from Solar left or right side of the map. Marines load up again. Medivacs pull through. The Hydras will connect and push the Medivacs away. A couple of Banshees will go onto the hatchery. I'm just going to be seeing the hatchery still taking some shots. This time I think the Banshees will go down. It's been nice to see them kind of still active though, because now that base on the right side is low. At the very least, transfusions are going to be needed to bring it back up to better HP. So that's going to be pretty much required if nothing else as the Marines continue forward. A couple of those creep teamers still going down. Percival just in a great position. How much can he push the issue? Fourth command center coming up as well, so he'll have a backup plan. 5 on the way from Solar, who ideally gets to Lurkers, but I think getting to Lurkers at this point might be a very far off wish. On the other side of the map, the counterattack is going to be met by reinforcements that are defensively positioned well enough to deny it. So counterattack does not do a lot. A few Marines maybe, but not a major mineral line being cleaned out or anything of that kind of sort. Now we have Lings coming from the other side. Jumping onto those tanks, Lings, Hydras together. Collapsing on in. Marines really still kind of holding their own. A few more of those Lings still getting absolutely battered at the moment. Overseer is going to go down. 2-2 upgrades finishing soon. Percival has about a 20-25 supply lead in the game. And again, what's nice is this is not just like an 8 racks, like endless 3-base push. He has a 4th command center, right? So he has a future in this game beyond just like needing to go, go, go. If one of these attacks kind of, you know, fades out, it's kind of fine because, like I say, he's got the macro behind it. This is not a commitment that is just on the edge of being held off. He's fine because he's in a good position, but yeah, he's, like I say, got a ways to go to really be knocked down. A drop in the main is actually genuinely going to take out this Hive. Unless something shows up right now. A Hydra, a few lings, but the Hive is still targeted. The Hive will go down. It's a huge tech reset because you got to get back to the left, back to the Hive. You get a Viper or so out, sure. Do we have any? Just the one in productions. We're going to have one single Viper. That's all we got off of the Hive. And it's still a mining base as well. So, you know, double whammy. As that drop in the main didn't even seem like it was going to have that much potential. It was pretty low numbered, but Solo was so heavily focused on defending elsewhere. He did not get the defense off necessary and ends up in a tough place. Marines unloading the field zerglings there to go help out. As we do have our tank liberating Marines. Pressing forward still. We have a few of those units jumping onwards. I'm just going to get rid of one of the libs already. He's just going to knock that straight down. These Banes taking a chance to get forward. And that's going to be GG. As Percival is going to take gain of 1. VG. Very good, very game. VG is getting cold as Solo taps out and just didn't quite get enough control in his EVT early. It was all about his opponent. As we go to Tokamak for game number 2. And everyone moved around, guys. Kick off into some more games in just a few moments. As you take a second. Guys, ready? I can kick this into play. Alright, counting down, loading in. Get this ready to start. Is the YouTube chat linked to the Twitch chat, or are you guys completely separate? You guys are completely separate. I don't think there's any way to actually combine chats. There probably is. There's probably some like extension or something, but...
Game paused.
Yeah. Alright, we'll just take a couple moments to talk back a second time. So with a little bit of a bug. I'm missing one person who is coming now, apparently. We can get this underway. Okay. Now, Percival's going to ask for a moment, though. Am I casting GSL this week? I'll probably be casting GSL on Thursday. I'll probably do Group A of the Round of 8 on Thursday, and then I don't really know when I'm going to do the other group. So yeah, I'm not 100% sure. So yeah, I do intend to, I just don't quite know when just yet. Work in progress. Work in progress. Yeah, I do intend to. Like I said, at the very least, so let me just look at my schedule. So, what's going on? Let me blank some days out that have already happened in life. So, yeah, I'm off tomorrow. And that's when the first GSL is played. On Thursday, I'm literally just doing GSL replays. We probably won't have time Friday, Saturday, Sunday. It's kind of interesting. I want to try and do them, but I'm not sure. I'm not sure when. It's probably going to be like a few days delayed, unfortunately. Yeah. We'll try and squeeze them in, though. We'll figure it out. I'm just going to go jump on into Tokamak. In the bottom left-hand side, we're going to have ourselves the red Zerg player. This is going to be Solar. Taking on, in the top right-hand side, the blue Terran that does have the lead of the series. The blue Terran is Percival. A bit of an upset. Percival's able to finish off the victory here. And could definitely throw his group into an interesting place. The gas coming up, the SCV coming through. As we take a couple of moments. And Rex is coming through, hatch, gas, and cool all coming up. We get that underway. And we just get ourselves, again, established and ready here over the next few moments. Just going to get the hatch and the pool coming by. So it just needs to kind of, obviously, to fix what he lost to last time, really just kind of let the game get out of control a little bit. And Percival was really good at gripping onto that advantage which he built for himself. So... yeah, Solo, I think one of the things was Solo looked for a couple of counterattacks, but maybe there was a point where he should have just gone much more heavily on the counterattacks already, because he really was already in kind of a struggling position, and just a little counterattack here and there that was not going anywhere was not exactly ideal. Killing's gonna fight, Ripper gonna take some shots. So a few hits coming around, and the Queen just gonna be there, pushing the Reaper back the other way. Both command centers coming up, factory coming through, continue to bring that online as the couple of Queens get there for the Reaper. They get pushed back once again, so the Reaper's still taking some shots. The Zergling speed is building as well. It's about halfway done currently. The extra drones building through, the Queen's just sitting and chilling. Just for now. That Reaper really does just dart around to the front. We have a couple of Queens that are going to go hit the Reaper right from the get-go as well. Building speed building. The hatchery and the overlords continue to come through for the moment. Bring all of that online. Just feelings gather. Queen's joining up. Crypt team are going down. Just gonna have again the Banshee, the Hellions, the Marine. Coming around as well. We got a grenade going down. Gonna blast the Queen backward. A couple Lings stepping up. Those Hellions still trying to fight as well, so a little bit of back and forth for the moment. And the Queen's gathering. So we've got the Banshee, the Hellion. Just the same setup as before. One thing I really liked last game from Percival was the way he kept those Banshees alive. Having those Banshees alive for a couple different kind of returns in the game really gave him the chance to deny additional bases, get another base low right, put pressure one way and were able to make a little bit more happen as well. As that Reaper and our Hellions going to hit those Zerglings. There, and the drones still building up. Notice how I saw the spore claws coming through as well, so continue to get into that. Those queens will gather. Wings still going after the rocks. Good defense from Solo so far, making sure the Hellions don't get too much done. They find one creep tumor over on the edge, and that is really about it so far, as the Hellions will continue to hit those rocks and hang on through. Hellions getting back down the bottom, cloaking on the way up as well. And a few more barracks. Back up into play. Engineering Bay coming through also for the moment. Some rocks going down. Just going to have the Evo Chambers and the hatch continue to come through. And 1-1 upgrades to the stim pack. Building in as well. Infestation pit will start. Again, that roach speed still coming about. The Banshee's firing. Queen taking a few more shots of damage. And this is actually kind of nice. We're going to get through for quite a few drones. 12 workers. A good few lings getting burnt down as well. Obviously, you're giving up the Hellions for this, but 12 workers is a significant number. It is a big hit to the economy of Solar. Only downside, we're 6 minutes in, so it is replaceable amount of workers. We're still on a worker leader, Solar. I like it, but I don't think it's like, oh my god, Solar's in trouble sort of levels of damage, right? Like, it's good for Percival, but it's very playable still from Solar. He's not going to be hanging on by a thread following this. I think he's going to still be in a fairly stable and sturdy position for the next few moments. We'll start up that Baneling Nest. He had, of course, opened the Roach Roan, so the Roach speed nearly done. We're switching into Lingbane behind this, so going to end up on that Roach Lingbane comp rather than Lingbane Hydra. As the Hive comes up, obviously hoping to not lose that this time and maybe get more than one Viper out of that Hive in the entirety of the game. That first game, Hive going down was definitely a little bit disastrous, to say the least. Banshees still work their way to the south. The Marines get through there. Queen's in trouble. Roaches and Ravagers stepping up. Marines still taking damage. Medivacs will have to lift off and get the hell away. Smelly upgrades come through. The Spore Crawlers going after the Banshees as well. Again, that Hive continue to come by. A couple of Queens being added on. Overlords being added up. Drones coming through also. And those Queens will just get back over and hit the Banshee for a couple of moments. Additional drones coming through. Ultra Cavern, Vipers, melee upgrades. Bit of everything still getting built there as the Baneling speed comes up as well. The Marines going to step forward. The tanks will begin to siege. Quite a few more of those Zerglings going down. As again, just get rid of a few more creep tumors here currently. Ultra Cavern still about halfway done. As the Banes step forward again, just going to be staying still. The siege tanks putting some work in. The Roach Ravager wanting to show up right now as well. He's going to continue to come by. The siege tanks will fire up. I mean, I don't know if I love this for Percival. Feels like, especially with the Roach buffer, that Solar's army is just going to be sturdy enough to kind of step on into this. He's really going to be able to punch through that. It's just that Roach Ravager, if you don't quite have enough as the Terran, you get outnumbered quite easily, and then the Roach Ravager really does feel like it excels in those scenarios. I definitely felt like one of those moments right there already. Bio and Medivacs coming across the map. We are going in the bottom right. See a group of units collecting together as well. Libs and Marines joining up as we do push around the top. This group spread's pretty good as well. Gives Solar a very good kind of warning ahead of time before anything significant happens in this game. So he's always kind of ready to kind of respond and act on that. Definitely quite a factor as the 2-2 upgrade still coming about. The Ravagers are still stepping up. And you feel things are going to find a counterattack, and this time the counter's already finding more than what they had in the last game, even if it's still pretty low commitment from Solar. So that's very good news. Percival's down his own Overseers, maybe not ideal, but Solar is just in way more control than what he had previously. The fourth face of the Terran is hurting as well, and he's forcing the lift off here. The Viper's still around, and with Ultras on the way too, they're really just getting to a point of this series where Solar's just not been before. It's looking very good for him, looking as though he's going to challenge for the 1-1 tied-up scenario. Because, yeah, this game is heading more and more into his favor, and Percival's going to have to pull off some very good fights with lackluster armies, put simply, to really start turning this around. Can he find those fights? The thing is, I feel like what he really needs is to start, like, dropping around the map, you know, hitting a couple different locations. Start actually finding some damage in this game. I just don't know if he's got the numbers and the confidence to kind of really go dropping around the map right now. Solar is setting up to potentially attack. The Ultras are out as well, so he's going to be very ready to commit sooner rather than later, as those corrosive battles will connect and that Liberator will drop. Another Spore just on the bottom side. The Spore still hitting, Liberator taking hits. Because the shells continue to come around as we will see the Liberator going down. Queen's still going to be there. The Ultra's just going to get there. The Medevac's loading up once more. Libs, Marines, and Marauders continue to push on through as we see the Widow Mines in production as well. A couple of refineries continuing to start on out right now. And the Medevacs are again going to load up, back away, escape up that right-hand side for the moment. Solar attacks in. Supply actually gets a little better for Percival. Well, those Ultras eating some of the Widow Mine shots and so on, they will go down. I mean, their job is to kind of get in there and tank a little bit, but it was a little bit of a messier fight. I'd have been happier if Solar kind of taken down some economy or so along with this. Really slows the Terran in more ways than just kind of force him to rebuild army. I'd like that a whole lot more, really. Ultra Bane Ravagers is gathering up again. We do flying it through. Yep, a load up on the high ground, and a few more Ultras are going to step straight in. As we just have the Ultras still gathering about him, just seeing the Medevacs floating up in the sky and going to escape over to that left-hand side. So, Medevacs do continue to try and find their way in. Nice Parasitic Bomb is going to grab a Medevac. Good split away quickly from Percival, going to minimize what happens here. The 3-3 coming about. A couple of Libs and Marauders coming through. The Widow Mines are building as well. Black Striker's going to get jumped on. The Hive going to take some shots. Well, the Cav are going to be next, so Percival actually getting some good damage done around over here. Oh, would be nice just to finish off the Ultra Cavern right. Oh, look it. We get it. I'll see the rest of that Medevac are units though, so way more expensive than it should have been. The Ultra Cavern surviving cost you a bit of supply there as Percival, who is going to have the Zerg running across the map at him once again. Can he survive here like he survived before? Right now it doesn't really feel like it. He's getting absolutely blasted. Supplies are pretty even. I feel like a lot of it must be caught up in production or so. As, whoa. The lag spike, unfortunately. Is that us? That's right, because I feel as though, the internets are, well, the Korean server's not being people's friends, because TKL just jumped out. Now Rex is going to lag out. A little bit of a rough, few moments. Hopefully quickly resolved, though. I mean, Solar is attacking into hopefully try and end the game, but there's potential for a turnaround defense here from Percival. Back to it. And just have the Bio going to step forward. The Ultra going to get chased away. I mean, there's just not that much Bio around is the problem. That Lurking Infestor is quite nice. Oh, nice Baneling as well. A couple of Ghosts becoming available, and Snipes will scare the Ultras. I think those Ghosts are actually quite huge for Percival. Without them, I actually wonder if Solar would have just continued through trading away. As there's less units, there's less answer to the Ultras, and the more one-sided that fight kind of becomes. Why is that a thing? It's just kind of how StarCraft was built a long time ago. The way it works is that when the game is recording, it's not just recording what's happening with the players, it also actually records what happens with the observers, which is why if there's an observer in a replay, if there's an observer in a game, when you go to the replay, you can actually follow all of the observers' map movements and stuff as well. So it's actually, yeah, it's actually pretty interesting. But it's just that obviously it sucks, but it's just the way the StarCraft is built. Anyway, the little fungal there was pretty nice to help out. There's a couple of snipes coming through. The Infestors still getting taken down for the moment as we have 2 more Liberators on the way being produced right now. A couple of Widow Mines coming up alongside that. We find that Infestor at least, so one of those lurking Infestors gets taken down. Single Ling spotting the base of Percival up to the top side. I mean, credit to Percival. He was not in the prettiest of positions. It did feel like Solo was getting into some very good spots, and Percival's actually put up a hell of a defense, hell of a few defenses, putting yourself in some good positions. Couple of changes going down the Ling Bane. One's come across here as well. One's going to shoot. The Ling's going to wrap around. Those Marines can take some hits. That's that Ling Bane Ultra still stepping through just for the moment. And the Widow Mine shot thinking about going off right there. The Ling's going to try for the Sensor Tower. A few of those Marines still taking some hits. So again, damage being done. Actually do protect the Planetary Fortress, as SCV count has fallen a little bit, but otherwise kind of staying alive and stable. Things, the Banes, the Ultras coming through still and challenging around this side. Solo focusing on some defense for a bit as Percival ups the aggression, ups the chance to be across the map and trying to make something happen at the moment. Widow Mine that goes down. The few drones pulling in to nibble it down and get rid of it. Spire will build up. A couple of Ultras still coming through. The rest of the Ling's still gathering on that right-hand side. The Ultra Ling's coming through. We've got the Spire coming in. I mean, it'll take a couple of moments here as Percival feels as though he's on a little bit of a trailing end. Problem is that income is just so solidly in Solo's favor as well. Resources lost is decent for Percival. I just wonder if Solo has too many bases that Percival is not really getting on top of or doing anything about. Bringing together, the Medivac is going to lift off. All those Ghosts gathering up as well. The rest of the Ling Bane still continues to chase on through as Widow Mine aiming for some of those Widow Mine, some of those Banelings. It's a base that goes down instantly, and again, Percival's issue is starting to become an economic one. But he's just not gonna... Okay, I mean, I like this. I'm talking about him not getting rid of bases, but he gets rid of one now. So, I mean, that definitely helps. Pushes in the right direction. Unfortunately, he lost a base of his own at the same time, right? Which is what my original point was going to be, which is that it feels as though the economic issue continues to kind of build up here for Percival. It's not really getting any better for him any point soon. It's not ideal. Bio, Lings, we'll look at each other. Cluster missiles coming up, the Ultra on the way. Got this Corrupt coming out the Spire as well to start dealing with what is a growing Liberator count, so getting into the answer there. And again, the Bio and the Medivacs will just come across. The Vikings still joined up together. See, those Lings are going to get a wrap around, and the few Marauders going to get caught. I mean, again, nice little drop play, and this is something that Solar is not dealing with very easily at all. These drop after drop continue to hit these bases. Hatcheries going down. Getting annihilated at the moment. More Bino unloading the Ling Ultra. Gonna come running up as well. The Corrupt is down that right hand side. Let's see if there's anything that they might be able to catch here. 21 minutes on Tokamak. We've actually really gone a little bit deeper in this game than I originally thought we were going to, because the way this was starting out, it did feel as though Solo was just very convincingly in an okay position. It actually gets me a bit worried for Solo in Game 3, if he gets there, because Percival's made a hell of a game out of this one from a position that really didn't feel great. Full scan coming around. Leon's going to chase forward. The few Bane's going to go toward the Ghosts. On that right-hand side, they actually get dealt with as Solar continues to run up the right here. I mean, he's going to start running into a lot of those Ghosts, and Snipe's starting to hit the Ultras, but we do get a wrap around. We're going to have to start evacuating here as Percival, so he's not going to have the firepower needed. There's not a lot left for Solar at the tail end of this. It's mostly just a bit of Ling Bane. So let's see, the Lings and the Corruptors continue to go across. I'm just going to sit there and sit tight for a couple of moments. I mean, Libs are one of the things that are holding on. We are losing a base on that left-hand side as well, so that half blue, half gold base will get denied. Let's see if he's taking damage. More Lib shots continue to come through as the Ling Ultra works up. At this point, Percival just doesn't have the economy anymore. Did feel like for a while he was making the right moves to get back in it. He denied a lot of bases to Solar as well, at good points as well. At this stage, I think we are just waiting for the final fight. It doesn't feel like it should be too far away at this point. And then obviously we'll head ourselves into Game 3. Solar Like I say, really having to bring it all against Percival in this one. Definitely not Percival giving this one up easily at all. As the Ultra goes down, the few corruptors in the sky still flopping around against some of the Liberators. Percival a sub 100 supply, bases are flying, not landed, not mining. This really should come to a resolution soon, I feel like. 28 dead SCVs. 12 workers left in the game. I mean, don't get me wrong, the army supply is okay for Percival, but with no rebuild potential, it's just not gonna happen. Like, you need some rebuild potential to really make this work. Percival is gonna go for the nuke. So let's see, it's really a Hail Mary nuke. I mean, Scylla can probably predict that as well, right? Why would you bother trying to nuke bases at this point? You need kind of an all-or-nothing play. You are in that much trouble. Ezra's going to dive through a mineral line choke point, which is not pretty, but it will likely get the job done. The Corruptors get rid of the Libs, and the Link Ultra will swarm through on the ground. GG's, and Scylla ties us up 1-1 in our second match of the day. And we'll be heading into a game of 3 here between Scylla and Percival. Next couple of moments, get into this TVZ third map. Get that ready to roll, guys. Cool game. Percival, like I said, has been a really fun player to watch lately. Third map will be... Oh, not that one. Pylon. Yes, Pylon. Great. I don't know why that's doing that dumb sound. It's annoying me. Doesn't make any sense. I think it's just like I'm not even gonna start figuring it out. Alright, you're gonna go to Pylon though for game number 3 here between these two. Thank you, Blue Cyclone, for the 14-month resub on the Prime. Ready and go. We did lose one caster. Otherwise, we are good to head into this. And like I said, get into Pylon for this third game. Have I tried turning it off and back on? Yeah, actually, I have. Anyways, I did change things recently, though. Maybe I should just change it back to this. Let's see if this changes anything. Honestly, I don't know. It's just being weird. Anyways, let's get in game. It doesn't really matter. How did Ultras go from useless to a default late game choice in CVT? Was there a buff? I'm gonna drop a major bombshell here. Ultras were never useless in CVT. They've always been used as kind of big buffer, throw into your opponent's army kind of units. It's just a lot of the time doing that kind of style can lose a game that looks like you're winning a lot. So people give Ultras a bad rep, but they've always been used in that kind of manner. They've always had that kind of a trait to them. Even called paperless, that literally people just memeing. I don't think they changed anything on Ultra. Did they change anything on the Ultra on a patch? I don't think so. Maybe I'm just forgetting something. Patch notes all blend together for me. I don't think they changed anything on the Ultra. I'm trying to recall. They changed the size of the Ultra back a while ago. It's the only thing I can think of. Anyone in chat has any reminders? The last change in the Ultras was them pushing roaches. Yeah, so not really anything significant, really. Maybe a tiny bit of QOL in certain scenarios. There's also a lot of it can sometimes just be where the meta is at as well. I mean, there's also, you know, way back we did change the ghost supply count, right? And while there's still a lot of ghosts in the game, maybe that has some impact on the slowly evolving meta, right? Where eventually people are like, actually, ultras are a bit better now because even if there's the same amount of ghosts, there's less bio, and so there's less buffer, so... A lot of ZVT oftentimes comes down to just the meta as well. Like, you know, right now we're seeing a lot of faster kind of hive plays. A lot of the Terrans are very comfortable playing against a slower lurker game. And so a lot of Zergs are like, you know what, let's just get ultras up early, let's get those ultras into play, and let's, you know, utilize these ultras from the very get-go. I feel like that's been a big kind of go-to recently. So, yeah, might just be kind of a meta kind of stylistic thing as well that have been happening. As we get set up, lightning speed building. So you're seeing the factory coming up right now as well. As we're building, a couple of Hellions continue to come about for the moment. And then speed about to finish. Barracks and the starport on the way in. And the cloaking starting up. Hellions on the way. Get a barracks around the back as again a couple of the SCVs just continue through for the moment. A grenade there going to bop the queens over to the side. Shots, Hatchery taking damage, drones continue to step on over. And again, the Banshee and the Hellions continue up. They're cloaking on the way through, barracks on the way up. Get all of that settled in. Hellions on hold position, going to stop the link from scout, which is just nice, obviously, trying to remove any information that Solo might be trying to gather. The less info he has, the less of an easy time he's going to have predicting what's happening in the game, expecting, you know, what's going on correctly. Going to hide that barracks from the Overlord as well is kind of interesting. Not showing anything on the reactor just yet, maybe trying to make Solo think that this is something that it's not, like maybe he's about to build factories and it's going to be mech. It kind of just keeps a question in your mind a little bit, right? Solo does drop down a road thrower and after not seeing anything on that reactor, so I wonder if that is potentially a fake out that kind of works. That's all I can really think you kind of come to a conclusion of, right? Where it's like, oh, you don't have a barracks on there yet? Okay, this must be like potentially mech. I wonder if that's what Solo's doing or if he just wanted to open roaches anyway, right? He will have other chances to scout through soon before he really has to hard commit to roaches for the rest of the game. We saw last game him play Roach Ravager into that kind of transition as well, right? So likely something just similar here this time around. And she's going to shoot. Queen's going to fire back. Armory on the way. So we do have... well, medevac's on the way through. That armory coming up. Combat shield's dying. So yeah, just getting ready for a little bit of a hellback kind of combo attack. But there's no engineering bays and no +1 upgrades, right? So this definitely feels like for Percival we are hitting something. Well, he actually does have double engineering bay. What are we doing, Percival? Did he just not realize he's not started 1-1? Has he just completely forgotten his upgrades? At this point, I feel like it's the only real explanation, no? Means in Hellbat step forward, the Siege Tank is still up there as well. The Hellbat's coming across to the side. We will see the Queens take some damage. Roach is going to try and step forward too. We'll see that Banshee going down. A couple of Ravagers still getting hit. Siege Tank will also fall right there. One more missile upgrades. Roach is on the way through. Again, the Hatchery and the Ravager continue to come up. The attack and armor upgrades do now start. I mean, it can only be a mistake. It can only be a mistake. There's no reason you have the engineering base that early and never use them. I mean, if you had the upgrades start early, it would have just looked like a fairly regular build. It was the lack of upgrades that was making us kind of wonder what the heck was going on. So I think that is truly just, not quite as it was meant to be. As the Roach Ravager count is getting high, and we're going to go into those missile upgrades shortly. With those finishing, Solo has an opportunity to kind of get pushing and see if he can find a weakness in the Terran army. It may just be one. 40 army supply currently does not exactly bode well. I mean, Solo's just going to go already. Upgrades aren't even done just yet. I honestly don't hate it because he's just got that much of an army supply advantage that it might just be worth him going this quickly. Percival has nothing, GG, and Solo's going to take it 2-1. He'll take the opening series of the day for himself. In the end, took a little bit of effort, took a little bit of time, but we get the GG. Alright, we're going to be hopping on over to NA for the next matches, which is going to be Geralt versus Percival, and then Geralt versus Sola. So we'll be getting into that in just a second, guys. I'll be right back. We'll come back with more SE2 straight after this. We'll be right back. Geralt versus Percival coming up, guys. In just a sec. Some PvT for y'all. Then we'll have Sola versus Geralt coming up after this one. As we kick off to the top right-hand corner, the red Protoss player is going to be Geralt, with his opponent being the blue Terran in the bottom left, Percival. Took a map off of Sola, which is really nice. Can he get a win off of Geralt to help him out in this group? Geralt already 1-0 because he took out Harstem. That's where we stand at the moment. Yeah, interesting one in the group. Geralt got that match win over Harstem. Percival has been looking good against Sola. Definitely sets us up for some intriguing PvT here. That really will decide a lot of how this group goes in the end. It finishes up. Cybercore on the way. Reaper and Orbital both coming into play already. First Reaper coming across the map. And CC just building up for Percival, so nothing surprising. He will go high ground with that, so a very safe way for him to get expanding initially. That will be there. We'll try and face off against the Reaper for a little bit and just try and keep that from getting too much info and controlling the base too much. And the blank building, the warp gate and the sentry coming through, a couple of probes in the gateway. Continuing to build for the moment as we do have the hallucination popping out and is going to start to go out across to the bottom left-hand side of the map. The Reaper hopping up in toward the main base, still going to be there, hitting that Reaper in return. Cyclone with the lock-on will take out that hallucination again. Blink, Warp Gate, both building up for the moment. The Banshee and the Siege Tank on the way through as well. Gates building, probes on the way. Again, Blink halfway done currently. As the RCC, Orbital going to fly on down toward the natural. Going to put that into position here in the next few moments as the tank moves out onto the map as well. Cyclone locking onto the Adept. It will go down. So that Adept will fall. Stalk coming through, Blink being added. Still got that Cyclone coming across as well. So, again, just a little bit of the pressure with these Cyclones. Then you got the tanks and the Marines behind it. What will Percival want to do? Does he want to go for a large push, or Just happy poking about with the Cyclone. Seems fairly happy. Blink about to be done, so it's kind of time to get out of there already. Cyclone does not fare well with the Blink. Charge now the next step of this game from Geralt. No surprises in that regard. Charge Forge, Temple Archives continue to get going. And the couple probes coming by. Stem and Combat Shield continue to come through. And the Marines gathering, couple tanks joining. It's going to be seeing the Stem Combat and +1. All coming through, a couple of Widow Mines still in production. Because again, the Temple Archives is going to be done very soon. The Banshee is going to activate and work on a couple of those probes already. Chrono boosting that storm. Yeah, the charge is going to be finishing up in just a few. The Medivacs load up. They're going to get boosting around the bottom side of the map. Is it just you or is the music off? The music is 100% there. It's just on a quiet track at the moment. Well, a couple of those Marauders are going to stim up and those Stalkers will get actually punished. I thought he blinked back in time there, but did lose a Stalker. So one Stalker down as Percival threatens to come across the map. Storm's going to be done by the time Percival tries to push though. Probably going to get that. Well, I'm going to go down already. I'm going to see the little drop in the main base going to be successful. It does nullify some of the effectiveness of the storm. Because what are we waiting for the... I thought we were waiting for the storm to instantly pick up. We never dropped it, actually. It didn't have energy that high tempo, so... Storm never came through. A couple of probes still going down, and this is actually damage that is adding up for Percival at the moment. Can get himself a few more probes here, still lifting up with a couple units inside, just figuring out where he wants to go. We did blink already, so that Medivac is going to get chased. But the Stalkers were a little stuck, perhaps. In the end, we're just going to drain that battery energy as we push it into the left-hand side. Now the first storm available, and it completely whiffs. So a disastrous first storm that does not achieve anything. When you're reliant on just so few storms, you need every storm to be hitting well. And obviously that was not it, as Geralt will probably push this back, but again, it's come at a pretty hefty cost. 22 dead probes. Still got a couple units in the main base to deal with. At least he has pushed back the main portion of the army. If he didn't do that, he might have truly been in very, very troubling times. When Marauder trying to go after the probes. Not quite going to be able to do too much else, though. The armor upgrade, Marine Marauder, all still building. For the moment, the Zerds are going to continue to charge on forward. Fire still coming about, Zeld's being chased, just going to have the Widow Mine going to burrow up there as well. Going out over to the far right side, we do just have ourselves, again, the Robo Facility, the attack upgrade continue to come through. And Biogathering, +1 in charge. Still gathering up. The army on that right side continue to gather as we do have Geralt. I want to say it's stabilizing. Still has not kind of cracked a much better work account, but I guess that's one of the next things that we have coming up for him here. Look at those ghosts coming through the armor upgrade building. On that right side starts to make a little bit of a move forward. Pylon Gonna be immediately in some trouble, so the pylon will drop. And Robo Facility and Robo Bay being brought online. The attack upgrade coming through on the Forge as well. Couple storms coming down. We are going to be seeing the drop is going to be denied for the moment. It's going to jump into the main base. The empty medevac gets targeted. A fortunate moment for Percival, as he's scared of that Prism having high Templars in, but it was actually empty, so he was safer than he realized. Knowing tree, if you go to your settings, you might have low latency mode enabled. It makes games music weird if you have slight, very slight kind of internet connection issues. That is usually 9 times out of 10 the issue when people have weird things happening to the music. So you just go to settings on Twitch and you just go to low latency and you click it off. Basically, it it distorts music to try and protect your connection, basically. So stepping through, but I'm going to step back over. And the storm coming down, the Marines are going to get hit. Geralt in the supply lead now as he gets to come back across the map. Definitely had some rough moments this game, but I think the last set of attacks from Percival just did not really manage to achieve very much. He's not able to do much at all, and now seeming a little problematic perhaps as the ship weapons comes through, the 2-2 upgrades coming about. Extended thermal lance and 2-2 continuing by. Storm coming down on a few Marines. Storm still hitting. Percival needs to get a chance to kind of rebuild some of this army, get back on track army supply-wise, because again, at the moment he struggles. Fear Dragon, thank you so much for 113-month resub. Have we tried turning the audio off and on again? I honestly, that advice doesn't work. Tried turning you off and on. Didn't fix anything either, right? So, at that point, I think it's just a failed theory. Dang. Thank you for the 113, though. Thank you. As our Vikings are going to try and get after top of the Colossus, which are a little bit kind of, I was going to say separate, but the Stalker Blink is going to be able to catch the Vikings that try and chase them. So the Colossus turn out to be A-okay in terms of position. I will continue to fight. The Archon will go down. The few Stalkers taking shots. Colossus still firing up a storm onto this bio army. The upgrades coming in as well. We just have a couple of depots still taking hits. Percival's army is not holding out. Once those Vikings died and there was no answer to the Colossus, this was always going to be difficult. That was going to be GG. As Geralt takes game number 1 of the best of 3 in this series. So Geralt able to take the opening map. We'll be heading into our game 2 in a couple of moments. Second map is going to be on ley lines. Yeah, looking to go up 2-0 in this group would be a great position for him. Rough for Percival if you end up losing after such a promising start when we're a map up against Solar. Right, we're gonna ready up. And we're going to kick off into this, guys. Going to get this one going. Game 2 of Geralt and Percival coming right on through. And to ley lines. In the top right side, our player who'll be down a game then in this second game. It is going to be fighting for his... I mean, honestly, it might be fighting for his tournament life. Going 0-2 in this group when Geralt is only already 2-0 with no maps lost would be kind of pretty rough to get away from. So, like, a map win against Solar helps, but sure if it's going to do enough for you in that kind of a tiebreaker scenario in this group. It's going to be very difficult, I imagine. So yeah, kind of tournament life on the line, probably. It is Percival in the top right corner of ley lines. This is kind of a good summary of Percival lately, where I feel like he has a lot of good games. He has a lot of good moments and a good bit of hope, and then he also has some matches where, again, the consistency is definitely a factor. I mean, consistency feels like the #1 talking point for kind of becoming a better StarCraft player. If you can get that level and get to that level consistently, that really is the hurdle that a lot of players don't manage to overcome, right? It's a little bit crazy. Refinery's coming up. CC morphing in. Some SCVs. Here's double gas to start us off here, so maybe a more aggressive approach from Percival. Try and get something done early. Try and put some damage out against Geralt. We'll see what the plan becomes as we get this underway then. Okay, we're just building on through. Yeah, Nexus and the Cybercore both coming online. Factory coming up as well. Reaper in the orbital still coming through for the moment. Let's get that up and running. CC building, factory on the way up. Get that ready to go. Just gonna see the Nexus and the Warp Gate coming through as well. I'm gonna be chilling out on that high ground currently. And Zept is gonna shade forward, and we'll just be having the Twilight Council continue to build through for the moment. Yeah, that Twilight will finish up soon. The Sentry and the Warp Gate coming online. Yeah, medevac and a couple of Marines coming out. See if Percival can maybe get some of that aggression going. Have the extra gates coming online. So Geralt gonna get quite aggressive with the blink. 4 gates, a little bit feistier than you might initially expect here. Kind of fun. I like it. Hallucination just comes straight over. Take a couple moments. Take some positions. Again, we got the Nexus and the Blink both building. And, chance to see what we can do next. A couple of Wooded Mines are going to come dropping straight in. Mine into that mineral line with the Stalkers and the Sentry stepping over. Wooded Mine will unburrow and move elsewhere. Only a couple of workers, so not too bad. Geralt getting a reasonable defense in the early stages. Let's go. The siege tank and the Marines building through. The Simba coming through. So we're going to go blinking after the Cyclone. Nice pickup with the medevac. Escapes the second round of Stalker volleys. So Cyclone gets to live for the moment. One tank set up to warn the Stalkers, but they're going to kind of bypass and try to go around. In the end, we are just Heading into that third base with Temple Archives, Forge, and Charge. And we have the medevac to kind of keep us safe here. Should anything really come around of this, although nothing really happening just yet. The Marines continue to go after those Stalkers. Chasing for the moment. Tank heading down the right side, so we are going to see Percival trying to be aggressive. Storm only just starting, so if he can get across, get that army into position and make something happen before Storm, that's always going to be one of your higher kind of potential moments in this game. So I like that we're at least trying to hit something in that kind of time frame. Like I say, I think gives us a good opportunity to maybe actually get some value out of this, as we'll continue the Chrono Boost on the Storm. Geralt knows he will desperately be looking for that. The SCVs are here as well, so Percival knows what he's looking for. He's not going to step back. Use those SCVs to tank. Good tank target fire, not going to hit any of your melee units here. Battery overcharge being used just on the battery as well. As we set up for the moment. Nexus goes straight down. At this point, Geralt is just going to be happy to try and buy time. The idea from Geralt is that if he can buy time to get him to Storm, then this becomes a lot more manageable, even without a third base. Then he can maybe think about just getting back into the game. Storm is 10 seconds away still. The Marines are splitting. The Archons, fairly tanky, but man, these siege tanks have just not been touched, and Percival will decimate his way through. And unless Warbins are going to save the day, I'm actually really not convinced. Combat Shield is on the way. Get into a better position behind this. These 3 siege tanks are still such a problem. Like, they are just consistently going to provide so much damage output on anything that kind of runs in. We stop to kill one tank here, and another one shows up, so by the time we finally got rid of one, a reinforcement is around. And I think that is a continued issue. We do have one High Templar going to sit in the back and try and gain some energy. But your Nexus are going to be under fire momentarily, and you're not going to have all the time in the world to just sit around and wait for energy to crank up on a High Templar. We energy overcharge it in the end to give it a chance. Denying the gateways, though, and that means obviously even less production available. Not even sure what you storm. Maybe you storm the siege tanks. That might be one of the better goes. They are clumped. You kind of need to get rid of them. Percival is just microing this absolutely spot on with reinforcements coming through at the correct pacing. Percival is going to be able to take game 2 of this best of 3. And we are going to go to another final map of the day. So, not of the day, but of the series. Here on today's games. As we get ready for game 3 to come through. Third map will be Pylon. Alright, good map win for Terran player, like I say. Really felt like his tournament might have been in trouble if he didn't win this, so definitely a big plus. Alright, everyone is readying. I should be good to go. Map 3. Again, after this, we're going to have Sola taking on Geralt, as we'll finish up Geralt's games for the day. And then we'll have Sola, Harstem, and Percival Harstem coming through as well. So all of that continuing as we work through, like I say, today's games of the WardiTV June Group A. We'll have some of the matches from Group C coming up after as well. Cristiana, young Yakov, MaxPax, and Spirit will be playing some games. We'll be doing half of that group today and half on Friday. So again, just spreading that out a little bit after we have to move it away from last week. As in the top left-hand side, our red Terran player here is going to be Percival. Up against the blue Protoss, Geralt. Quick attack. SCV's pulled and effective from Percival to get him the tied-up situation here in the best of 3. So Fantasy TYTY Fanboy, thank you so much for the big resub. 51 months. Appreciate it. Thank you for supporting. Thank you so much. Triple gas again, a little bit of safety being made by Percival in the early stages, no risks being taken. Ourselves the gateway coming about, the probe on the way through. And the barracks and the SCV is just continuing around for the moment to get this underway. Cybercore, Nexus, building about, Reaper in the factory coming through. And Tech Lab on the way in, SCV being produced, and the Reaper escaping out over the right side. Actually just misses that probe coming by. And the probe doesn't move in towards the Reaper right there either, so... is gonna stick around long enough though, and we'll still see the probe. Which we'll see no nexus, no expansion. There's no uncommon for a Terran to have to expand on the high ground, so there's no information really gained from Geralt. Again, you can't really kind of make a complete deduction from what you've not seen there. You can't really. Yeah, I mean, it's just going to leave things up in the air, which is nice for Percival. His opponent is kind of guessing his way through the game. It's generally going to lead you into a bit of a better position overall. Blink starts from Geralt, no surprises to see his opening. Similar to before, Blink as a setup. Obviously we'll see how many gateways he adds and how much pressure he wants to apply, how quickly the third base comes into play. Those are the things that kind of define these Blink games from one game to the next. Each of them ending up a bit different. Back to those 3 additional gates. Didn't do much with it last time. Almost felt unnecessary in the end because, like I say, didn't really utilize it at all. As the Widowmine drop actually sneaks in very nicely. Coming about, a few Marines building, Stimpack on the way. Got that Blink building on the side of Geralt. Full of probes coming over. Just have the Cyclone heading up to the top side of the map, so a little bit of a journey for the moment. The units gather up, just the 2 barracks. And the Liberator producing no add-on on that starport. Definitely suggests maybe getting and going into some aggression soon. So interesting to go 4 gates and just not apply pressure. Like, nothing about this has required him to build that 4th gateway. Unless he's maybe just building it for an opportunity if the right situation is there, and that situation just hasn't been there both games, so he just hasn't used it. But he's kind of just building 4 gates to do the same thing 2 or 3 gates could have really done. 3 gates especially. I mean, you see a lot of 3-gate builds that are more aggressive than this. But our 4th gate does eat into your minerals, it does slow down some of your other production and your infrastructure, so that's why it's a choice, an interesting one to be kind of making it and then not really doing anything with it. Storm starts right now. Are you going to pull the boys? Similar attack to the last game, Percival? we're going to let that Cyclone go down. Don't hate it. Cyclone's kind of whatever. We've got other things to be focused on, and that's all good. Bring 4 pros going down, liberating the main base. But no SCVs with this. March will be done. The first Archon morphing in. Gonna get position on that base very shortly as we do see the Liberator sieging up elsewhere. Sorg's coming from the other side. Tank's gonna focus them. This time the tanks are so much more exposed. I actually think if the SCVs were here, this would be a very convincing fight for Percival because those SCVs could have tanked the Zealots. The way it plays out though is that medevac. Gonna have to unload. The Stalkers are gonna be able to recharge a blink and jump on it potentially, so Percival kind of just tries to evacuate it. Not ideal. Robo and Forge both still coming online. So Gonzalez going to step up. And they're going to start dealing some damage here as well. Good damage being put out. I mean, this is just the chase back after Percival's attack. Did not do that much, and I think Percival getting a little bit of a brick wall of a situation right now. Storm coming down. Well, Woodermine's going to line up. Going to hit the high tempo, which is nice. Trying to get a defense here, having to cancel the third is going to be rough. Percival holds on, but he's going to be in trouble, right? I mean, losing that third base. Army supply not looking great. He's definitely going to struggle a little bit here in these next few moments still. Gates coming online. Next is coming through. We got the armor upgrade coming by. A little bit of bio. He's going to go for the pile. I like the multi-prong. We're going to hit the bottom left at the same time. Geralt has to evacuate. Do we kill this base? We're going to lose a lot of bio over here. I don't think we kill it because there's army moving across already. Geralt is going to get there fairly quickly to provide a defense against this. Get those stalkers already being shot down. Do you get the medevac in the end? Again, the unit's still coming through. Continue to get some good damage done. Extra gates building. Cannon on the way up. But the gates continue to come through also. One more Zealot. Now the Stalker's blinking in on the other side. Going to go after the Viking. Both those Vikings going to be in some trouble. I mean, don't really need the Vikings right now, although it would be nice to hit the Prism. I think Geralt is just going to be having way too much. You can see Percival's supply is definitely on the downward trajectory with that. More than likely, we're going to have ourselves a Geralt victory, which puts him in a good place. I mean, Percival winning another map is nice if that becomes a 3-way tiebreaker, but it's probably unlikely to see a 3-way tiebreaker break out with the players and matches that still left to be played. Unless we have some upsets realistically, so not exactly ideal as storms keep coming through. That base is going to get broken down. A lot more warpins. And Geralt sits 146 to 90 supply. Waiting for the GG and waiting to take this victory as he'll be playing against Solar next. So Geralt can be 2-0 in the group with a chance to beat Solar for a straight up win. More storm. I mean, this Terran army is not going to do anything too magical here. It's super low HP. We don't even have anti-air to get rid of the prism. That's going going to be game, as it is going to be Geralt taking it down. Alrighty guys, in that case we're going to head into our next matchup, which is going to be Sola versus Geralt. We'll get that going in just a few. I'll be right back in a couple moments, and I'll see you guys straight after this for our next matchup. BRB. Alright guys, Sola Geralt coming up. Ready and go cold. And we're going down into it as we continue our way through WardiTV. June here today. Hey. Alright, in the top left-hand side, we're going to have ourselves the blue Protoss player. This is Geralt. And he go 3-0. Taking down definitely, I think, a lot of people's favorite for this group, Sola. Definitely be a bit of a surprise if Geralt got that, but not impossible. Playing well today. Sola was a little shaky against Percival, so let's see. Alright, let's get some pool coming up as it gets settled down for a moment or so. Probe obviously just going to try and be annoying. The hatchery did get to go down the natural though, which is obviously a major plus in the early stages. Probe coming across. Nibbles at the drone once again. Go nibbling. The drone is going to come around to chase the probe back away the other direction for the moment. And Cybercore building through. The Nexus on the way out. Probe building. A couple of queens coming about as well. Patrolling around, link speed coming up. We have our Stargate building through, the Nexus on the way in, and the Adept coming over. As our link speed will continue to build through here for the moment. The Queens and the drones continue to come around. Link speed will finish shortly. Hatchery and the Queen still coming through. Overlord and the Queen coming about. The Adept still heading down to the south. As you obviously get that in. The poke about for the early stages. Adept going to go shading back a little bit. Queen will fire up for a little while. Both those Adepts will gather together. And the Oracle will continue to Chrono Boost out the Stargate. Link speed is about to finish, so again we'll get that completed. The Stalker there, able to poke away at the Overlord. Yeah, it's going to be kind of low sitting up on the high ground. The Oracle shows up, we'll be able to take that out, so Overlord will go down, and again the Spores building. Queen's on the way, Twilight Council, Gateway, Nexus, Warp Gate. They need to come up for the moment. Lings back into the center of the map. Everyone's getting chased, they're gonna hang about. And that Resonant Glaive is gonna be the choice of Geralt. Definitely just saying, you know what, let's do something a little funky here. Not gonna go for the most kind of standard and traditional of setups just yet. But we'll just settle. Again, that Resonating Glaive is still coming about. There on the drones coming through, the Overlord setting up. Extractors building in as well. A few Zerglings get up that right-hand side. So the Ling's getting up the right side, Bane's coming over. Hatchery coming through, Lair about to finish. Drone's gonna pop. The Ling's still building. Just for the moment. Oracle's going to activate, and again, a few Zerglings going to get chased away for now. It's just going to get that push back. The Resonating Glaive still very much so coming online as well. But that Glaive's finished. The Hydra Den, the Bane Nest, both finishing up as well. So Lings and drones building through here. Banes will just rally at the front. Again, the Hydra Den is still coming online. As the Ling Bane Queen joins up together. Into the main base, and the Lings actually get a wrap on those Adepts straight away. The Bane's there to clean a couple of them up. Reasonable connection. We've seen a few Lings still gathering as well, so we take a second or two and just have ourselves the Lingbane all again gathering. I mean, the initial defense now has been made, so that's definitely a big positive. And Solar forcing Geralt to tech up into the blink and the +1. Well, Banes found by the oracles will obviously not do too much of their own accord for the moment. On we go. Again, the extra gateway is building through. Things moving around the top side. A few of the Stalkers going to poke away. The Lings are going to step up, and they're going to start engaging in. The Stalkers are going to take some damage already. 10+1 and Blink coming through. The Storm is on the way. Baneling Speed and the Muscular Augments coming up as well. Lingbane Hydra steps up to the high ground. A couple Lings already going to get there. The Probe going down. I mean, there's just a lot of aggression. Storm not ready yet, so you do not have your splash damage that's meant to help you a lot against this, and the only issue right now is those Banes don't even know what to hit just yet. The Bane speed finishing. Storm done soon. We have got not a single high temple on the map, so that's not going to really make a difference. And I don't think Geralt has enough on the map at all. Is Solo with a good early defense and now just turned into... I mean, this is a case of he didn't use the Banes because he just didn't have to use the Banes at first. The Stalker's getting stuck. Playing Hydra just getting to engage them. There's not enough units here in the slightest. And there's one High Templar gets warped in. Instant energy overcharge on it. We'll get a couple storms. They will be the only storms you see because there's no other High Templars, so they're not going to get the time to build energy. GG. And Solar whacks Geralt down in game number 1. Taking a comfortable lead in this best of 3. Comfortable 1-0 advantage. Game 2 will be on Maganatha. Let's host it straight away. And we'll get into it. We're going ready. Solo, just waiting for Geralt to give us the same. And we move into game 2. So it looks clean. Yeah. Now it's much improved compared to the ZVT against Percival. He definitely looked fairly shaky there, honestly, right? Like just having a tough time. Definitely was not easy for him. Got the win though. Obviously a win here would put him 2-0 while Geralt would be stuck at 2-1. Gives Stoller the chance to beat Harstem for first place in the group. On the right of Maganatha will be the blue Zerg player, Solar. Taking on the red Protoss in the top left-hand corner, we have Geralt. Game number 2. Comfortable opening game, like I say, for Solar. But I've done with the Lingbane Hydra, did not really need much else. Just came down to the successful defense, right? Poises you in a good position for the rest of the game. Makes the rest of it that much easier to get to. Nexus goes down. Hatcher on the other side. Gas in the pool both coming up. And drone coming about as well. Side pool will get placed. And I wait for the cyber core to be done. That'll tell us a bit about where Geralt wants to go in this game. They want to mix up with more aggression and even maybe bypass the Stargate this time. Does he want to just play safe and get the Stargate, play normal? Want to play a bit kind of tricksy and get a void ray to deny scouting. These questions start to get narrowed down when we see what comes out of the cyber core, or off the back of the cyber core. Speed just building through, the couple of queens coming online, the drones are building. Still ping at the OV. Will be going down. And link speed halfway done for the moment, so you bring that through. Having the Adept and the Warp Gate still coming up, a couple probes coming about as well. So we're going to hit the Overlord and get a bit more damage being dealt. Just going to pick away at that as it gets back over towards this high ground, and is going to be able to hide away for a couple more moments. And Harstem go 2-0 to make a 3-way tie. Yeah, but it may come down to map score as well, so it's not really worth figuring out just yet. Probably best to wait until one series plays at least, and then if there is a possible 3-way tie, map score wise, we can kind of discuss it then. But it's just, there's a lot of predicting to do in round robins if you try and start talking about it too soon, right? So yeah, probably gotta at least wait for the next series to be figured out first. And you can figure it out sooner, but it's best for me to get a headache for sure. Let's move over just for a couple of moments. I'm going to try and get the couple of structures here, just being a little bit annoying. The Oracle's comboing up, Twilight and the Forge just finishing, so we get our next stage of this game ready to start. And this time, Solar, I like it. You know what? Last game he shut down the glaives comfortably. This game he's going to go into the melee upgrade, which is something which would not be as great against glaives. But because he shut down glaives in the last game, he probably looks at this and says, cool. You're unlikely to do that again, right? Solo wins 2, then Harstem beats Solo 2-1 and Percival 2-1. There would be a perfect 3-way tie between Geralt, Solo, and Harstem. Yeah, it's possible. Definitely possible. 2 drones. Going about, melee upgrade on the way. The Bane Nest is going to finish very soon as the Temple Archives is about halfway done. Extra gateways, the Blink, and the +1 all coming into production here for the moment. But that's underway. As the Lings catch those for your Adepts, they will not do too much at all. Comes us with a little revelation, keep an eye on a few things. Some damage made there as the Oracles skirt array around the bottom side. Nexus will go down from that probie. We get a cancel on that, and well, the Lings are going to be effective. They clean up the Adepts, they're not going to back away. Now the upgrade finishing as well, so those Lings are only going to be better from here on out as well. As the Hydras start up. There's that Storm. You know how valuable that Storm can be. Uncle's coming over, drops a Revelation down onto the Creep Tumors. speed there, and now the Ling Hydra can start to go through the rocks, so opening up a little bit of space. Stalker's going to shoot the Ling's getting taken down. And knock down this little tower as well. Geralt says may as well just get rid of this now. His mothership on the way shortly, for you'd imagine, with the fleet beacon finishing. Get that going to accompany the army is generally a big positive as Lingbane Hydra continues through from Solar. Bane Hydra all building through. The group spans coming up. Bane speed on the way. Plus one missile upgrade also produced in for the moment. As the Hydra Bane takes the chance to open up onto the set of rocks on that right hand side. The Lings are going to get there. The Hydras as well. We continue to work through some open spaces as Solo is closing in on being maxed out. I may want to try and make something of this shortly. Does he want to attack, or is he comfortable just kind of sitting back for a little bit? One Ling getting caught in a stasis ward there as well. The Ling going down. Stork's going to shoot away at that immediately. Well, Storms onto the Ling Bane Hydra on the upper right side. Going to be connecting. The template hitting the Hydras, the Bane's coming around the left. He's going to be seeing a few of those Stalkers getting hit. The rest of these Banes getting caught. The Lings and the Hydras continue to shove on through. I mean, big moment for Solo, because if you don't succeed with this, you're in some trouble. I'm not sure we have enough from Solar, as the one Tempest that's out is going to be recalled. Yeah, I don't think we have enough at all. I mean, he only really had Hydras left when they're eating the Storms. They're not going to have the power to kind of go through and be in good numbers against the Stalkers, right? Spire will finish very soon again, the lap. Still setting up over here. The Tempest on the way, the +3 ground attack, sorry. On the way. We have the Stargate on as well as the Nexus continues through. Gonna cancel up on the 12 o'clock. Don't get all the Tempests. They're a little bit preemptive against potential lurkers, but also, I mean, if Tempests are just able to sit back in a fight, they can do a lot of damage over time. So it stops a lot of these positions where the Hydras step up and they just sit a little ways away and chip damage their way through. It's definitely something of a factor. He's going to step up. I mean, I've got that on high tempo that apparently does not have a storm, otherwise surely would have dropped it by now. Can I get enough energy for the storm? 73 and dead. So no, I cannot is the answer to that, as the few Banes over here going to try and connect through as well. So up in the pace a little bit as he starts to hit in a couple different places, trying to find some of that damage to extend himself into a very solid position here. The single Tempest is going to get a chance to knock down that cooling tower, maybe open or close some pathways on the map. He's going to go chasing forward. Corruptors as well. Corruptors in good enough numbers to really make a bid. I think getting rid of a bunch of these Tempests, so they will make a good go of it. High Templars still have Storms. We have a lot more Lings floating forward. We need to storm some of these Lings and get rid of them before they shred through the Stalkers. Corruptors are running through to the main base, caustic spray. They're actually going to find the mothership in the back there, but you have the damage to commit to that. Time Warp and a Cloaking popped. And the Corruptors just decided to back away. This was not good enough from Solar. And Geralt is actually on a work account lead, so his income is wild. It means he's going to have a ton of money to spend rebuilding following this attack. Him holding on during that is a very good sign for our Protoss player here in this game too, as we morph in a few more Banes. Knock those rocks down, so that is going to fend off one of these areas for now. More rocks going down, the Lings and Hydra still chasing, the Corruptors overhead. One more storm, and man, the Hydra Bane actually just eating that storm as well. The problem is you want to get forward with that group of units, otherwise you're not really dealing the damage you need to the Stalkers, but stepping forward like that into the storms is obviously exactly what your opponent wants. As units gather again. Tempest joining in to the fray. So that number's still on the up. Mothership gathering up. A couple new Tempests coming through as well. As we begin to knock our way into some of these rocks. Percival's going to fight, the Hydra's going to get jumped on. You can see the Lings and the Corruptor gathering up as well. Can we do enough here as Geralt? I mean, I kind of wondered where Soul's going to go in this game, but I feel like he might just be stuck on the Corruptor, Ling Bane kind of Hydra-ish force. I don't know if he can really get away into anything else at this stage. Corruptor's trying to find an opportunity, but immediately going to get zoned. Ling Bane Hydra trying to set up. You've got to find a fight here somehow. Ling Bane Hydra on the left as well. It's going in from two sides. There's actually doesn't look like there's as many storms as initially expected. There's a few High Temple underneath, I guess, that have full energy that aren't shown as easily. Mothership goes down. The Corruptors get rid of that. Now they work on the Tempest. The Hydra's still stepping through here. The Tempest's in a lot of trouble, and there's not enough support, I don't think. We do see some Zealots showing up. Is there anything against Zealots right now? Not really. Obviously, a few Banes left over would have been great there. That's a lot of Zealots, too, because some arrived from the right side and some just got warped in. So that's a ton of Zealots that will actually join this fray and help to push this back. A pretty crazy situation as the High Templars continue through. Mothership still coming about as well. And the shield upgrade also building into play. Ling Bane Hydra continue to come through. Nice little storm coming down. The Hydra Bane will split. And drop another storm into place. Bane still connecting. We just have another storm dropping down. Stalkers blink forward. Corruptors are going to get chased away for the moment here. We just have ourselves a few Lings going to turn onto some of the Zealots as Immortal goes down as well. We actually might be able to get rid of this Nexus. It's super low. A couple Lings try and click it. We actually battery it back up. So Solar does not get rid of the kill. That is going to be GG. As Geralt takes game number 2. And we are going to go to a third game. Lots of game 3s to take, guys. And into a pretty fun group as Geralt fights for this place. Final map will be Persephone to round us out. Alright. Do, 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 do. Go goes ready. Go goes. Let's kick this off. Let's get this started. Going to Persephone to decide this series. Geralt wins this. He's going to be in first place. The hell of a result, as we have in the top left-hand side, our red Zerg player Solar. Don't get it done with that army comp. In the bottom left, our blue Protoss is Geralt. I'll take a moment to see where we go on this one. See what we might be able to get, as we just have an extractor coming through, so hatch gas coming into play, pool as well, going to get added on there. Nexus will build. Probe coming through. And we just continue to scout for a few early moments, nothing too crazy. Not just yet. Cybercore will build. The next is coming up. Probe be coming into play as well. Add on a couple of those queens and Zerglings as we get settled down for the moment. Is coming through, so we just get that straight into play. And a couple queens coming about, the Lings and the drones coming over as well. The Lings will go chasing the probe down for now, so again we go and hunt away at that for just a little bit. It's a Stargate from Geralt. Getting that underway. See what his plan might be. As the first adept just poking, but not going to do too much. Good initial defense from Solar. Not going to let this get out of hand early, which is exactly what you're looking for here. Keep you in a good position. He's going to get there. The depth will go down. A couple of depths going to fall immediately. Hatch building. Queens and the Lings on the way through. Get that set up into play, and the Adept's going to continue over. He has the Overlord sets up as well. Rockle building, the Warp Gate coming through. Just going to see Queen still getting set up. By Council Forge building up, the gateway coming through. So we're gonna poke, the Overlord will take a bit of damage, some shots coming through already. No drone, Evo chamber lair, all coming through. Drones building. We just get ourselves an attack upgrade coming up. A couple of extra gateways coming around. That +1 and that blink both getting started. A couple of gates coming in as well. The melee upgrade will finish up shortly. Solar to show us once again that kind of opening that we saw last time. So just confident to get into the melee. Not a bad decision initially. I wonder if Solar makes a few adjustments here in terms of timings or kind of windows he looks to attack in. Try and take advantage and edge things a bit more into his favor, perhaps. Just gonna go moving up. Will be there. Oracle's taking some damage, getting shoved away for the moment. We do have ourselves the roaches and lings coming about. The Oracle's going to activate. Creep team is going down. Oracle still stepping across as our Storm and our Blink and our +1 all coming in. The Dropper Lord getting morphed in as well currently. Double Dropper Lord on that left-hand side. Morphing, so Solar definitely looking to kind of get some aggression going. Obviously has the roaches as kind of a backup of the army this time as well, so I'm seeing things work a little differently to what we had before. Storm coming through, the charges on the way. Again, our Overlords are coming as the Rogue Ravager Ling attacks. A few Stalkers begin to get caught a little bit. Obviously, the Drop Lord in the main base is going to make this awkward as well, and again, the timing is pristine. It's just before Storm is ready, so you can't have Storm at all as part of this defense. The Probe's pulled into that defensively, and that was not a good decision. The Oracles are going to go and try and deal with those Lings. It's not a bad choice. They could actually jump back into the Overlords if they want to just avoid Oracle attacks for a while and waste some of that Oracle energy. You know, jump back in the Overlords, the Oracles deactivate, you can drop down, force them to activate again. I mean, yeah, just going to keep on threatening with those same Lings. That's not a good sign for Geralt. Percival into the center of those Stalkers is a nice choice because they're still warping in. They can't blink while warping in, they can't dodge. Solar has ran out of steam a little bit though, and the Storm's now available. We're going to get a couple of those onto the few roaches that remained, and they will go down quickly. Roaches, Queens pulling back and turn back onto these Stalkers. Feelings unload. Nexus will take damage. The Void will continue to hit. That Overlord still taking shots. The Ling's back in, hitting the probe lines once again. The Roach Ling still stepping forward. We start to kind of recuperate our kind of numbers here as Soul. He's going to have +1 missiles for this next wave, but I'm still a little bit worried because Geralt, given time to recuperate himself, gets up into a bit of a better army, a few more Templar potentially available, a few more Storms. He actually only has 1 high Templar right now, which is not great. The supply block is pretty deadly at the moment. 6 pylons in production. Not a great time to be supply block because this army is starting to step toward you. Lings still have that melee upgrade. They're still putting some work in. The Oracles are going to look for some free damage here. Activate straight onto the Ravagers. The choice from Geralt is the first Storm is very good on the Lings. That's the only High Templar we've got. The moment that uses another Storm, that is just done unless we have an energy overcharge for it. The problem is now the Lings are already hurt, and it's going to be tough to get them back in toward the rest of the army. The Lings continue to jump through there onto the Stalkers. A lot of Lings in the main still getting probes. The Solar is getting eco damage, if nothing else. The attacks in the main seem almost kind of more effective than what we've had happening on the front from him. So yeah, good thing that he's been going for that style, because otherwise he might have really struggled to get anything done. The 21 workers killed. He keeps himself in this, keeps the economy in his favor. He's going to start up a bailing nest behind this as well, as he realizes he might need some more tools to help him continue in this game. Alan goes down a little late to stop the warp in. He can kind of fight those Zealots, but it does mean they're going to tank while the Stalkers get some shots off as well. Storm coming straight through, couple of corrosive bars dropping down. The Road Ravager heads down the ramp. Stalker still being chased over the edges. Ooh, nice Biles there, getting a good grab. Structure and a unit. Do we actually break through here as Solar? It's looking a bit weaker now from Geralt. He's been struggling on this wave especially. And as the Stalker's trying to step up to make something happen, they are going to get punished for it. The Roach Ravager cuddles up and they get a lot of damage done. I think these Stalkers have stepped a little bit too far out of bounds. They're going to get carried away, and Solar is actually going to get it done in the end. Man, it really felt like Geralt was on the verge of making this happen. Just not good enough in the end. More probes still going down. (16, 17 workers dead. Geralt will just say GG. Solar will get to 2-0 on the day. And these Phoebes have been a little bit of a struggle for him. They've definitely not been easy. He's having to work for it for sure so far. GG's. As we'll take ourselves into a game number 1 of another series. It's going to be Solar's last match of the day as he takes on Harstem. Get that ready to go. Harstem to join us. Cool. Alright guys, I'm just going to nip to the bathroom. I'll be right back. More StarCraft coming up. Alright guys, welcome back. Harstem and Still have just gotten vetoed. If they are ready, we can kick off into this ZVP. We'll see who is looking good. Solo's had a shaky day, to be honest. Like, he's getting there, he's getting the wins. But it has been a bit shaky, I think it's fair to say. Ready, GLHF gets called. And we'll kick off into this best of 3. Series 5 today, Harstem Percival will wrap up the group. And then we will dive into some of the matches from Group C of the competition as well. So those are going to be coming up as well, just to keep you guys aware of what's happening. So Group C going to be MaxPax, Spirit, Young Yakov, and Cristiana. We're going to do half of that group today. We'll do the other half on Friday after Group D. Sounds good, right? Sounds great. Let's head in game. Let's get this going. Top left-hand side. Now our blue Zerg is going to be Solar. Up against the red Protoss on the bottom right side. Been a while since we saw him. Played the first series, so he's been missing for a few best of 3s. But excited to see how he wraps up this group. It is going to be Harstem in the bottom right side. Coming in last minute last night to be our final player of the group today. Amazing. So we get this underway, we'll have a look to see what our players are going to start giving us here in this best of 3 series to get this up and running. Catching the pool coming down, the probe is going to get out on the map now to scout, so not a rush to get across the other side, but is going to go check it in next couple of moments. Let's be building Queens on the way up. Next coming through as well. Let's see how probe can run away, stalking the warp gate, continue to come about for the moment. Stargate builds, couple of probes in the Adept. Going to be on the way up, so Stargate Adept on the way, the Warp Gate's still building through for the moment. Link Speed and the Queen and the Hatch coming in right now. Again, we get that Warp Gate and the Adept coming through. Nexus drops down onto the third base. Stargate about to finish. Nexus and the Warp Gate coming over. And link speed will build up. Just going to see the Twilight Council, the Nexus coming through, the probes and the Oracle coming up as well. Twilight Council building through. Gates and the Twilight Council continue to build up. Just going to have the Nexus building through, the probes coming in. I see Resonating Glaze starting from Harstem, so this is where his game plan takes us. Quickly into that Glaze, so Oracle into Glaze. Just the one Oracle, Stalker. We have to fight off that Zergling there, which has been annoying. Full activate, and a few of the Lings get chased away right off the bat. Just going to be seen again, the Oracle stalling. Resonating Glaives halfway done. So the melee upgrade is obviously not great against the Glaives. The Bane Nest is interesting. That might actually help you here if you can get a good amount of Banes up. This is not a Robo, so actually Banes can be very effective. You know, if you had a Robo and a Prism, then obviously Adepts warping across the map can continue to apply a lot of pressure. But now, because of that, you know, without that, you only have to really deal with one wave of Adepts, and if you can do that with the Banes, it's very effective. That said, the Adepts are here right now, and Sola's preparations are not here just yet. As Harstem is going to shade those by and head them into the natural expansion. The Lings are going to look for a wrap around the drones. They'll be in trouble if we're not careful. The Oracles do get turned away quickly. I think these Adepts are just going to die. They're two in the open. Queen gathering. Forge drones dead. Again, still got the Forge coming up. The Blink coming through. Stalker and a few more probes coming online as well. Melee upgrade still building here for now. Bane's coming about. The lab producing. Drones on the way through. Again, just going to see the Adepts going to go after a couple more workers over the next couple of moments. Final fight. Adepts is going to be refalling back. Overall, Harstem has a worker lead in this game, plus one and Blink on the way. I feel like he's actually done fine here. Resource lost is even. He's just forced a big reaction out of Solar, and that alone is delivering so far. Now, we are going to see Solar get into Hydra Den. Some better units here very shortly. Obviously, Harstem improving up to the Blink. See what happens from that point as the couple Oracles go around the right-hand side. Temple Archive is about to finish. The cannon and the gateways coming through. Plus one and Blink continue to come about as well. So got that Storm starting right now. Again, extra gates in the cannon continue to produce. The Oracles will activate for a couple more drones. So again, a few more workers going down. 5 workers will go down in total. Nice that you get some drone kills, right? Nice to get those Oracles in and getting some work done. Heading into his Storm now as well, so getting into that splash damage that will typically be very important for him in this game. Steps into that mineral line, a few probes. Gonna get jumped on, so about 4 drones going down. We'll see the few Stalkers starting to step on the creep as well. I mean, again, it's going to be a nice little bit of attacking from Harstem. 6 workers going down here. Not bad at all. Storm finishes. And I like where Harstem is at. Obviously, he's getting into a position where he can apply a bit more pressure perhaps shortly. Oracle puts down a stasis ward. I think Hydra will work through some of those rocks as the Lings get a wrap around. The Zealot's going to get caught. Still got the charge, still got the +2 attack. Continue to come into play. Lings coming straight across, just going to have the Hydras and the Banes gathering. Charge is about to finish. +2 attack is on the way through as well. Storm onto a couple of those Hydras and we pick our way through them. Stalkers and High Templar still moving about. Just going to see the Zealot charging in after a bunch of those Hydras also. Well, these High Templars going to eat some of the Banelings. So the Banelings crash in, High Templars go down. That's the Bane's going to crash through as well, and just going to be a few probes going down already. So again, decent damage dealt so far. Well, the Hydra's going to get after the Zealots there. Hydra Bane still gathers up. Just going to be seeing the Storm coming down once more. Yeah, Harstem holding on. He's not going to let Solar come kind of bashing his way through. Stack defense being traded for, and that's about it so far. What Solar is able to do from here is obviously control the map. He's got map control, and it means that his base are feeling pretty safe on the other side. Harstem has not been able to sneak any Zealots around just yet. That may be one of the future ideas from Harstem. He's actually so good at always getting Zealots counter-attacking, but it is tough when you're kind of cornered in this scenario. These Banes continue to roll through. I'm just getting turned around. 4 probes going down so far. That's the lane Bane Hydra coming across as the Storm drops in again. And we will just have and the rest of this army all gathering up. Harstem 150 to the 170 supply. The massive round of Banes getting more straight in. Storm onto the Hydras. I think it's actually going to get rid of one High Templar, looking for others. Banes around the right side, going to aim for everything else, but they're going to get denied pretty easily. And Harstem stepping forward with those Storms, able to get toward the Lingbane Hydra here. Doing a very good job of this. A couple of those High Templars getting nibbled at. I mean, the Storms are great. Solar's army is not faring well. The one Archon in the front tanked a bunch of Banelings once again. And the damage is just adding up. You've got to dodge Storms now, because those Hydras are too low. We actually walk back into the Storm. It's going to be painful. We blink forward as Harstem is turning this around and looking extremely comfortable as he chases Solar away up this other side of the map. 7 Hydras, 6 Lings, all coming into play. Great defense for Harstem. He puts himself in the driver's seat, maybe? I mean, likewise, he's at. Solar's not doing anything special either. It's not like Solar is built into some special tech or some secret weapon. It's kind of just more of the same. So as long as Harstem is able to keep on getting Storms available and taking good fights, like, this is going to continue to be a similar situation for him. Zealots warping in, the +3/+1 coming through. Fleet beacon starts, cannons on the way. This one air weapons coming up as well, as a few extra Banes join in with the rest of those Hydras. Archons will get a group of Zerglings. And the +2 attack in, +1 air weapons, shields. Fleet beacon. That continues. This is what I was talking about when I talked about Harstem is usually so good at continuing to get Zealots around the map. Unfortunately, this has happened when there's not really anything else happening, which makes it a fairly comfortable defense from Solar. Now, Solar looking into the future here, looking at an infestation bit coming through, so it looks like he is looking at the future option outside of just Lingbane Hydra. From Harstem, the preparations are already coming through for the Stargate play, so that's not bad. I mean, I think right now you want to get yourself a Mothership and some Tempests going, and then maybe, honestly, maybe you could just push. If your opponent attacks you one more time here and you trade well, you could also maybe push across the map. Obviously, Lurkers are going to be available soon, but they're going to be upgraded, so there's a possibility you could possibly attack as well. Just, again, what does he figure of the situation? Does he see that opportunity or potential kind of way of playing this? Some Hydra's getting up there. The Banes are going to come crashing through. The Zealots have to retreat. Good Storms. Going to hit a lot of the Banelings to clean those out. Another Storm onto the Hydralisks. Blink across, the few Stalkers get busy straight away. This is the moment where I think, you know, this would have been nice for Zealots to have been across the map, distract that attack of Solar, for example. And it's not easy to time out all the time. These Zealots end up just backing away. They were not confident stepping through to the other side in the end this time. Stasis coming down. Let's do it. Air weapons, mothership, carrier. All in production. The Ling Hydra comes down the right, charging through for the moment. I'm going to aim for this base, but honestly, Harstem is here and in position, and I think it's going to be very difficult to do much with. He's actually okay. He will get the base from sheer firepower of the Lings. Not even adrenal glands on those, by the way. That's just the power of +2 Zerglings. Shredding that Nexus, and Harstem unable to get enough damage onto it quickly. It's one of those scenarios where against those Lings, one of the best options is just being out in front of your base ahead of time. Stop the Lings from really kind of coming through freely and getting into position as easily would be a big part of it, so something else to think on. It's not showing up. It's fine, taking some damage. The Ling's going to look to wrap around. Things get thrown again. Pretty decent cleanup for the moment. Still got our adrenal glands coming through. The Lurker's now out and available. Harstem's going to push these initially. Harstem's army has not done much in terms of later game preparations. He built one carrier, and that's about it. Don't love the direction he's gone in, right? He could have been so much better set up by now. Instead, like I say, just a single carrier. He only has one Stargate, right? No, he has 3, so he's recently finished up another couple. Trying to step forward here, the Lurkers will burrow the Archons. Force backwards, they have short arms, so they can't really attack Lurkers just because the Lurkers are so far away. They take so much damage on the way through to them. It's not usually worthwhile. The ship actually going to pop the cloaking though, as we see a weakness here. No Overseer available, and we actually will get chased with that. Stalker defense against these Lings is, well, it's going to clean the Lings up, but again, it comes at the cost of the Nexus, so we really need a bit more stacked defense on that base, maybe. If your army's not going to be out in front to deal with it, then stacked defense is your next best option. It's a scary fight. Harstem, you can see, was taking a bunch of damage on the Archons there as they were stood right in range of those Lurkers. Carriers coming about, +3 air weapons and armor coming through. Shields also coming around right now. The Zerds and Stalker still stepping forward. The Zerds going to hit the Lings. $17 dead drones. Still got the mothership cloaking up right here as the Lurkers come forward. We are going to drop a storm on those. Solar Supply is not looking too hot. Again, he's been great at counterattacking, denying some of the bases, but the 4-base core of Harstem has been very strong. It does feel like Harstem needs to succeed somewhat, like right now, though. The longer this goes, the more he's going to struggle for not having that bottom right base, but right now he's doing well. Unfortunately, around his Zerds here, and they were really protecting him a lot against the other units. Those Stalkers will begin to drop down, just not do too much else, which is going to, like I say, slow his counter-offense, which makes him a little bit less sure of staying on the map with the main army as well, which, understandable, he was also doing work on the other side. And the longer you wait around, surely Solar is coming up with a plan of what to do about that army. So, you don't want to, like I say, stand around forever, but Solar's not in the best of positions. His economy is in tatters. A forward base is one of the real kind of living lifelines of Solar. On the right-hand side. Come back to that in a few minutes, see if it's still able to hang on in there. So it's Archons going after those Zerglings, and good few of them going down. Observer is good to get rid of the Lurker. This time the Nexus lives. Might actually get some stacked defense up here. It's so difficult. You kind of almost need the wall off to stop the Lings from getting in. They're just there every single time. Or get a high tempo there and just leave it there. Not sure if Harstem is confident with that ability of just seeing, you know, something coming in, dropping those storms ASAP in response. But hey, at least the Nexus lived this time, so his economy stays a little bit stronger than it had been before. Important, because 19 minutes in, main to 4th bases, do start to lose mineral patches, so you do want somewhere new to mine from. Harstem will not give that to Solar in the top right, at least. There are other bases Solar's mining from, at least with the fresher. Getting a couple catches here. These Lurkers on the left side, a bit of a weird spot. Harstem would love to get this base. If he gets rid of that, Solar's going to have real issues building stuff. Can he justify stepping toward it, though? The problem is, if he steps toward it, he's putting himself in a bit of a round-the-corner scenario, and then you very easily get cut off by these lurkers, and you have to fight your way out, and I'm not sure if that would be really ideal for Harstem at all. I don't think that actually ends well for him in the slightest, so I imagine he's feeling the same thing. There's a couple of Archons getting caught by Lings. Good storms onto the Corruptors, even if your Interceptors chase in after. Now Harstem's going to get GG out of Solar because Solar just doesn't have an army to fight this. So Harstem's going to take game 1 and open up strong here in this best of 3. He might be able to keep himself in this tournament, guys. Solar's 2-0. Geralt 2-1. Harstem 0-1. If Harstem wins out, it is possible he can finish this group in a better spot than the other guys still. So we'll see what happens. Is our second map going to be Incorporeal? That was also Solar's server preference too, so kind of a big win for Harstem. For the players, just wait for everyone to get pieces set. Awesome, ready, and that is going to give us a go-ahead. Corporeal for map number 2. Can Solar bounce back in this best of 3? Bottom right side, the blue Zerg is going to be Solar. Down a game! He's been down a lot today. Can he bring it back again, this time against Harstem in the top left-hand side? Overlord makes its way out. Hatch gas soon to be pool on the way from Solar. Cybercore and the Nexus both coming through. Just gonna have a hatch and a pool coming up. He gets settled down. Harstem starts to play Percival after this as well, which could be an important match the way that this is currently going. And Stargate and the Cult of Probes building, the Warp Gate coming up and online. Rolling speed, Queen, Hatchery getting started as well currently. Adept gonna fire. Zergling's already taken some shots. Just pull back toward the natural for the moment, so we set back, chill out for a little bit. Just gonna see the link speed coming through as well. A Twilight Council Nexus, Oracles continue to come into play currently. The Warp Gate also on the way up for now to get this all settled in. So with that Twilight coming online, Harstem last game, it wasn't really the initial damage straight away he dealt, but actually after that first little wave, he did start to find pretty consistent damage output. Definitely helped to lead him into a better position in the end. Definitely a lot of slowing Solar down. Obviously, in the end, had some really good defenses built around the Storm defense, and so that came through. He's gonna wrap here. Adept in trouble. Just the recall, and Oracle will push the Lings away at least. Link already halfway done. Harstem not going to bother with the glaives this time around. Stalkers gather up, the Oracle coming over the sides, and again that blink and the Oracle continue to come by as the Stalkers and the Forge coming online as well. Hydrogen is going to start up. The few Lings getting chased away. And yeah, Stalker, and he actually does get it, so nice little bit of a dive there with the Lings combined with the Queens holding the creep. Holding the creep out over here keeps Harstem out over here, right? Which is important. It stops him from being able to step too far toward the base with those Stalkers and finding good trades a bit further forward. There's no Forge from Harstem, so he is really looking to deal some damage with these Stalkers. He only has 4 gates though, so I guess there's the Forge. +1 starts up now, so +1 already starting to come on through. And Town Hydra's going to finish up. Musket Augurants on the way in. Got a Stasis Ward into the bottom. Lings continue to chase, and a few Stalkers still getting hunted for the moment. They go after the Queen for a couple of seconds. As the Lings, the Hydra is going to be there to fight those Stalkers off as well. Temple Archives not far from being done. The gate's coming up. Charging that +1 attack upgrade coming through as well. Oracle's trying to fight, hit the Hydra, hit the Queens. They're still getting turned around the other direction for the moment. The additional Hydra's coming up, through Spines on the way. We had a couple Overlords on as well. This Ling's going to continue to chase down. Hydra's going to be there. A couple of Zealots coming through as well. Stasis Ward is going to pop and catch a lot of the Ling Hydra. Is that going to give Harstem enough of a defense right now? His army supply is going to struggle. That's plain and simple. Storm is just nowhere near being done. These Hydras in a good arc right now, just surrounding and wrapping up these Stalkers, putting them under the tree. They are not having a good time now. The Hydra's going to start getting a little bit low on HP. That may be Harstem's chance to defend, but the Ling's going to pop out of stasis. We're so close to charge +1. We're so close to so much, but it's just not going to be good enough. GG's. That is going to be a victory for Solar in Game 2. And we're going to get another Game 3 today in this group. All the Game 3s. Maganatha for our third map. Perfect. Let's do this. And after this, Percival will play Harstem in the final match of Group A. It could just be a battle between two players who are 0-2. A fight to see if one player can take home some additional prize money over the other. There is a prize money difference for third and fourth in the group, so that is worth noting. Finn and Creator already advanced into the playoffs from Group B. And so obviously we'll see two players advancing from this Group A. So we'll see what this final game of Harstem Solar gives us, and then we'll know pretty much the situation for what the final series has to have happen for certain players. It might already be decided in terms of who is advancing to the playoffs. But yeah, a few different things we can kind of put together overall. We get ready for Maganatha. Let's do it. In the bottom right hand side, hitting hard with those Hydras this last game. And able to succeed with them. It is Solar taking game 2 and tying the series 1-1. Top left, our red Broados is going to be Harstem, who must win to stay in the group. I mean, or to stay in the tournament. Like I say, he'll play the last match no matter what, but to actually have a chance of making playoffs, he must win this game right now. He can't go 0-2 in the group because then two players are already 2-0 or 2-X. So that would obviously be no way then for him to advance. See what our opening is going to be. Just to see what kind of build Harstem comes up with, especially because he's got some interesting ideas as to what to do. Kings and queens coming about, the overlord getting set up. Adept about finished, link speed on the way. Adept gonna go in shade, just gonna head down to that bottom right side. And link speed coming up, we get that settled. Just the Wolf Gate and the Adept continue to come through. Link speed is about to finish up. Are there any potential Zergs for Group D? Not really. Yeah, I've got no idea about Zerg's for Group D. All is, I mean, maybe if Rogue gets knocked out of GSL, we would ask Rogue, maybe, but... Yeah, I'm not really super hopeful, if I'm going to be honest with you. Oracle coming about, Wargate coming through, the extra gates coming over. His name Glaives will start from Harstem, so going to go back to that kind of Oracle into Glaive, see what he can do with this. Resident Glaives building, again melee upgrade coming online. Just gonna see the couple oracles gathering together as the Ling will get picked away already, so taking that down. Glaives is about to be done. Still got the roaches, the melee coming through. The couple of queens gonna start attacking. Depth's gonna get in because that spore is not really walling right now. So Depths get through. The Lings don't want to fight just yet, although the Queens are here, so the Queens will put some damage on these Adepts already. So that's a step in the right direction. Lings run into the Adepts on the high ground. 10 drones going down. Looking good for Harstem. He's getting great damage done early. The problem is there's no good answer to these Adepts just yet. The Oracles are going to team up. 17 drones have gone down. Harstem building another Oracle as he preps for the next stage of this. It might just come down to Harstem making sure he doesn't die to a counterattack. Could target fire there for some better damage, but he is not doing that just yet, so a bit of a mistake. Drops a Revelation. Queen's gonna get tagged for a couple of moments. Just seen the drop load coming through. Roaches, melee upgrade, overload speed building as well. We continue to get that going. Queen gonna fire. Oracle gonna hit. You can see the drones continue to get chased away for the moment, so we'll be pushed back. Again, Ling Roach Ravager on the way up as Solo's going to launch an attack on the other side. This way, Harstem has to make sure he's got the numbers to defend. The wall-off isn't there. That's not a great start, letting all those Lings in. That's going to be a scary starting point, but maybe manageable still. Obviously, we do have ourselves still Oracles in the sky, right? So, some lost mining time. Just got to defend against the rest of the Roach Ravager showing up. We have got ourselves the Queens. And drop out the drop load as well, and join the fray. The Stalkers just step back in toward the natural, get defensive. Better side defense available on the third, so that should be able to hold its own for a little bit. A Queen going down there, eating some cannon shots. Start to spread the creep out as Harstem just needs to find a defense, and he's in a great position. He does not have Blink, though. Oh my goodness, I thought he had Blink with that +1 so far along, and he had so many Stalkers. I wonder if he thought he'd started Blink, and he just never did. Harstem is going to dive in. Enough Oracles, that's why it's nice that he kind of built some extra Oracles earlier, because now, even with the Queens showing up, the Queens will go down, and then the Oracles, in theory, are constant defense unless they run out of energy. So even just the threat of when they get energy back is kind of a big deal, so another Oracle building as well. The Stalkers have to step back again. No Blink is really hurting, as the Oracles are going to be so low on energy right now. Another Oracle showing up, trying to help out again, knocking down every Ravager you can, get rid of those Corrosive Bowels to help the day. Is it worth just pulling these probes into the fight right now? Get surrounding some Ravagers or so? We are losing workers. Bunch of Zealots out down on the low ground as well. We do not have a lot of units left here, honestly, as Solo. He's mostly reinforced with Lings, but if it's only Lings, you could warp in Adepts and Glaives. Would obviously be big for you. I mean, obviously right now that Blink is in some trouble as well, so that's going to be scary. The Stargate gets depowered too. Still just activating Oracles whenever we can. trying to keep the damage going, and we will get rid of the Ravagers. Solar Supply is finally giving up. And that's the problem again. Reinforced only with Lings right now. This is where you actually could just warp in a depths and you'd be fine. Solid Stalkers continue to go. The few Lings you get chased away a little further. Still got that Muscular Augments coming through. The extra hide is coming about. Things back up into the high ground. And more probes going down. Solo's definitely still in a troubling position, though. He's down 10 workers. He's down in army. Definitely hasn't had enough. More Stalkers warping in. We see the Oracles just setting up stasis wards as well, but I think the defense is made. I mean, Hyde just came out now from Solar's the next step of this. Harstem going to get into charge, going to get into that +2, so both of those still coming out and through here at the moment as well. Just still stepping through, just going to be seeing the few shots coming about. +2 attack and charge coming over as well. Just going to see the Stalker stepping away. Harstem is going to have enough. Solar will not be able to break through, and Harstem gets a win. Well, that leads us into an interesting place. Is the map score good enough for Harstem? I actually think Solar can still be eliminated if Harstem beats Percival 2-0, I think is what needs to happen. Yeah, because Solar has 2 maps advantage over Harstem. So if Harstem 2-0s Percival... this is so dumb. If Harstem 2-0s Percival, he will get through and Solar will be eliminated. Damn. Alright, some crazy stuff. Let's, doesn't 2-1 work as well? No, because if Harstem wins 2-1, he will be 0 map score and Solar will be +1 map score, in which case Solar is going to win the tiebreaker. So yeah, Harstem must 2-0 against Percival in this next matchup. Alright. Let's see if he can do it. Let's see if he can do it. We'll get these videos going and get this underway. And guys, videos are coming in. MaxPax playing today? Yes, we'll have some MaxPax games from Group C coming up. We'll have MaxPax versus Cristiana coming up from Group C after Harstem versus Percival. So the way it's going to work, guys, is we're going to take the Group C matches and we're going to cast half of those now after Harstem versus Percival, and we're going to cast half of them after Group D on Friday. That's how that's going to go. That is how that is gonna go. So on Friday we're casting replays. Well, all of Group C will be replays. Group C played at the same time as the group we're casting now. So the few matches we're going to cast from Group C after this next best of 3 are also replays. Because I had to move Group C from last week because we didn't have any players. So this is our way to try and make it up. First map Leyline, second map Tokamak. 2-0 for Harstem will eliminate our probably only Zerg from the tournament. Well, we got young Yakov in Group C. Maybe he can provide some upsets, but Solo is really like our chance of a Zerg in the playoffs, our best chance of a Zerg in the playoffs, so we get a little crazy. Percival ready's up. We're just missing a caster. Should be good to go. Let's see what we can do. Harstem against Percival. Percival's been dangerous lately. I do feel like Harstem's been a little susceptible sometimes to some of the Percival kind of esque build orders, the aggressive builds. See what he can do in this best of 3 as he has a chance to move through this group. Percival is out, but if Percival beats Harstem, Percival can still get 3rd place in the group, which is a prize money difference, so he can still play for some money here. So there is something on the line for both players, although at different levels. In the bottom left side, our blue Terran player here will be Percival, looking for a 3rd place finish and some money. And with playoffs still plausible for him, in the top right, our red Protoss player is Harstem. Getting the gas going down, a couple of refineries coming up, Brax and SCV on the way. This goes down on the natural. Just gonna get that set straight into place. Next coming through. We get ourselves set up for a few moments. Reaper in the orbital coming up for the moment. Get that underway. And the Reaper in orbital coming through. Next is the Cybercore, both coming up. And that probe coming around that right-hand side, continuing to apply some pressure. As our factory will settle in as well. Well, maybe it's still just moving about, taking a couple of moments. Factory lands onto the tech lab. I'm going to see our Cyclone already coming through. The barracks going to move over to the side. Going to get this settled in. Entry in the Warcade building up as the battery. The probes continue through as well. Continue to get that on the go. Our accounts again drop straight into place. A couple extra probes on the way out. Warcade still coming online. And that Twilight will continue to build up here just for a moment or two. Hallucination as Harstem just tries to keep an eye on what's up, but the Cyclone intercepts it, so Hallucination does not get much info. It's very rare you see Hallucination denied so well. That really is a hallucination that will tell you absolutely nothing. As the next hallucination continues across. Medevac and a couple of Marines will be in production then. Like I say, we'll see what Percival wants to do. The game he won against Geralt earlier was with a very aggressive build, so something to think on that. Cyclone coming through, hallucination moving about, the blink is on the way. The medevac is starting to cruise out across the map then, so away it goes. The Cyclone going to be joining behind. And pretty regular so far, honestly, from Percival. Nothing overly crazy, nothing overly aggressive. Just a Widowmine drop alongside that early Cyclone. And Harstem just going to head into Blink in the third base, so we might have an opportunity to see something fairly regular in this game. Third gas coming up. We'll see how Percival takes this over the next few moments. Maven will be popping through, so Percival just going to have that as a way to keep on harassing for himself, but first bit of harassment, very well handled so far. Then gets turned around, Harstem about to have his blink. Going to leave a few stalkers at home, though he's afraid of that medevac showing back up, so it's always the benefit of keeping that medevac alive. We can see on the minimap it's nowhere near the Protoss base anymore, but Harstem is going to respect the possibility. And yeah, just try and hold back to handle that. The Raven and the Cyclone gathering together. Rax in the Engineering Bay coming up and running. That Widowmine going to actually get repaired up with the medevac as well, so it's the Raven that's the next part of this harassment then that's coming across the map. We'll get that over here very soon. The Stalkers, a few more of them gather up and maybe they can poke at the front a little. There is a sieged up tank though, so we're going to have to be fairly careful and quick on the blinks. Don't want to step too far into that tank. You don't want to take multiple shots from it. One shot's probably fairly manageable, two really starts to get dangerous, and then you start losing Stalkers, and then none of this was really worthwhile. Stem combat and +1, all building. Again, the +1 on the charge coming up on the other side still. Have that Raven already taking a few hits. The Stalker's going to be there. Now the probe ready to build a nexus on this fourth base here. Auto didn't really do much initially. Medevac's back as well though, so chance to maybe get that Widowmine back into play at some point. Another auto turret, but the Zealots are nearby and we'll come and deal with this. So a couple probes going down, but very manageable amount. You know, this is not going to be, a lot of probes back to back to back. We are controlling what's happening. So overall, this seems pretty reasonable for the moment. In combat and +1 all coming through. Marine Marauder, medevac mine building as well. A couple of those Marauder shots going to fire and continue to chase. Some of the Stalkers still being chased away. One Widowmine going down. One Widowmine around the back is going to get set up as well. The rest of the bio are going to set up and chase down the other units. Five more Zealots warping in. Still got the Immortal coming up and online. And knocking down pylons. That medevac in some trouble. Very nearly went down. The bio stimming it up and we're going to greet this Zealot force. Although we come in from two sides. So Harstem with the wraparound. Jumping onto this. Tank's going down very quickly. How much do we want to chase here as Harstem? I think it's good to chase right now. Zealots are still tanking. Stalkers have some chances to do something. Percival is going to punish him if he chases too much. Recall good to say nuh-uh to that dropship. And just turn that away. Immortal. Wasn't a lot of units in the recall, but it was more than enough to be defensive. Very nicely done. Bio will stem up. Just going to be seeing the Guardian Shield popping. Another few units gathering together as well. Scan continues through. Get rid of the Raven there. Guardian Shield popping up once more. Extended Thermal Lens and the +2 attack both coming across. You see the Bio starting to hit the battery for a couple of moments, and we'll just be seeing the Bio Force continue to fight. There is the Widow Mine going down as well. Good force fields coming in, going to stop a lot of that Stalker, Zealot, and the rest of it Force from doing too much there. Awesome with the defense, and Percival getting pushed back into a rougher position. He's going to start going into Vikings and the Ghost, but I'm not sure if he's going to be able to get into doing enough. Is the real kind of concern, right? I mean, supply is going to be against him. We'll see if he can continue some of the drops and find some more success that he's been looking for in this game. If he can, then brilliant, but let's see what we can do initially. Fire stepping up, Zal taking some damage. Colossus firing, the Marauder's still taking some shots. We will continue to push on through. The Bio gets up to that high ground, pulling away. But more Vikings still in production currently. This is charge, Marine goes down. Marauder's going to shoot, Stalker's going to fire. Awesome supply really is getting more and more dominant right now. A little scary. Those Vikings putting some work in toward the Colossus. Stalker's chasing up. Colossus continue to fight. Don't have a lot of splash damage actually from Harstem because the Colossus is getting beat down quickly. Zealot's going to show up on the mineral line though, and that's going to be one problem for Percival, no doubt. But he's going to struggle to really deal with. So those few Zealots take a little while to get cleaned up. +1 armor upgrade finishing, +3 attack coming through as well. Harstem regroups, regathers, obviously a few more Colossus back in place. Some of that splash damage that he was kind of missing that previous fight with the Vikings being successful. How do we do here is... And Harstem goes into these fights on good supply, but he is not having a good time in the fights, and he is not winning these engagements. Percival is pushing Harstem back again. The few Zealots there coming from the other side, but way too late to really be impactful. Target Shrine is halfway done. A few of those Zealots gonna get caught again. Vikings building up. Planetary Fortress coming through. Just have our +3 attack, +2 armor. All continue to build for the moment. Disruptor Shot tries to fire, does not quite land just yet. Listen, that Zealot being chased. The other Zealot's going to come back through as well. Marauder's going to take some hits. Zealot's all the way down to the bottom side. Colossus and the Disruptor in production. 13 SCVs going down once again. Harstem continuing to hit the economy of Percival, making it difficult for our Terran player to really restabilize it all. In these sort of scenarios, we are going to get the bio there. Is good for a Zealot too. Nice little catch. he's shown up as well again, just focusing on knocking down the economy. Knock down the economy enough, and even if the fights aren't going your way, eventually you should be able to outbuild and set your opponent in this game, right? So that's the approach Harstem seems to be going for at this point. The bio's still gathering up. Harstem want to try and attack in again. What's the plan? We do have a couple of Vikings and Ghosts continuing to come over. The +3 armor coming up, extra gates in production. Disruptor shot, going to be denied. Been targeted on the Disruptor so far. The last Disruptor gets dodged away from, just pulling away from that. We're going to go running again here as Harstem. He could maybe... I actually think this one he could have probably turned in forward. Like, it's scary, sure, but... And you've got like 3 Colossus. There's only a couple of Vikings. Yeah, I guess you get rid of this base at the same time, so you're still okay with it all. He just had so many Zealots as well. I think he really could have wrapped around that army fairly comfortably. Bio steps up. Battery will go down. Rest of the Colossus coming through here. Zealot Stalker continuing to chase. Bio getting hunted. As you see, a lot of those units already dropping. Few more Zealots warping in. Colossus putting some work in. Stalker's going to block as well. The Zealots continue to charge. Percival will say GG as his army gets wiped out trying to attack. And he just has no backup plan because of how this was going. GGGGG's. And we are going to be heading ourselves into a game number 2 with Harstem, a map away from the playoffs. Let's see if he can get it done on Tokamak. If he loses this, Solo is still in the playoffs. If he wins this, Harstem is in the playoffs. That's the situation we are in. And it doesn't matter about series win, it's map win right now. Like, straight up just... If Harstem loses this map, he does not make it, even if he wins the series 2-1 in the end. So, a lot on the line right here as we get that ready to go. That's ready. Kick this off. If Harstem, yeah, done. On the top right side, our blue Protoss player is Harstem. This is in the bottom left. Red Terran, sorry, is Percival. Alright. Next coming through, Rack's coming up. And Harstem get himself the 2-0 needed to advance. Percival upset and save Sola's day. Are we going to pull the boys? Are we going to play macro? That's a very good question as well. I actually like it more for Harstem in a longer game. I think Percival is more dangerous than an SCV pull kind of timing. Of Harstem. Yeah, maybe it does start now. I was talking about this the other day. It's the year of Harstem, we just haven't realized it yet. Maybe. Coming about, a couple of Reapers are going to go grenade, and the Stalker gets bopped around a little bit. The Reaper's going to step away there. Starport coming up initially. Blink on the way up from Harstem. Medevac here as we get ready to harass a little bit as Percival. Just gonna get that Widow Mine drop ready as the grenade will be fine, but there's not really much opportunity to dive through at the moment. Marines and the racks getting set up. We'll just have ourselves the blink about halfway done. A couple of units going to hit onto the Nexus there already, so a bit of damage being dealt right off the back. Gonna try and get the sentry. Stalker's actually gonna be quick to get onto the medevac there. We'll get good damage onto it. We'll not clean up the mine though, and so that mine will have to be dealt with, and that is gonna be a dead Stalker. Now one mine in the main base as well. Will go off. At least we're gonna have dealt with both the mines, so that is a benefit from the previous game where Harstem had to hold back. Now he can go across the map with everything. That's definitely a bit of a factor here. Impact +1, both getting started. Gonna get that underway already as the Stalkers step up. Raven gonna be there as, again, Harstem has a chance now to apply a bit of pressure. Sending the +1 on the way from Percival, and we will have +1 on the charge on the way from Harstem as he continues his own upgrades to power up at this point of the game already. Raven coming through from that bottom side. On third plane, so we're going to take some damage. Sim combat in the +1 coming through. Probe's going down, not bad. Cosmos has a lot of units on the map which are keeping an eye on things. And charge is going to be finishing very shortly. Storm just getting started, +1 attack upgrade. Building on the forge as the Raven comes over. Again, +1 on the combat shield, getting going for the moment. Vikings, Marines building up. And there is the Stalkers at least telling you that this army is potentially coming. There's the SCV pull. Harstem has got halfway to go on Storm. If he gets to Storm, that is a major benefit for you in this scenario. Can he get that massive upgrade to help him get the 2-0 that he needs to get to the playoffs? Let's find out. A lot of SCVs gathering together. Marine tank coming across. A few Zealots are going to see this army coming. I mean, do you just give up the third base? Honestly, with Storm so close, I don't hate it if you just give up the third base. Like, it's going to be so much better for you when you get Storm. I don't think that giving up the third is a bad thing at all. Some Zealots are going to go and either intercept reinforcements or flank around the back of the tanks. Both of those are fairly reasonable options as well. Bit of an awkward rally, but should be able to get it done. First storm was not all that, to be honest. Uh-oh. The Zealots not being here for this fight is problematic. We didn't get another storm off. Now the Zealots are going to show up a little late to the party, though. They just didn't find a good position initially. Now they're going to have to attack onto the reinforcements. They're not doing that either. Oh, it's getting messy. Harstem is in some trouble. Supply blocks right now. Building a new Nexus, but... I mean, surely that's... it just doesn't look pretty at all. Percival pushing forward with some strength right now and does not seem good for Harstem. I'm not going to lie. Guys, like these Zealots needed to be closer. They needed to get back over. They needed to get onto those tanks properly. They haven't got High Templars building up energy. They cannot get too close to the tanks, though. They can't get shelled down. The problem is they're in the natural. These Sorks are in the wrong position now. They need to be with the High Templar support. Oh no, the High Templars have got so much energy, but they're not near anything they can really spellcast onto. Harstem has got those Zealots still on the map. He should be holding back reinforcements at this point at least. He's going to start moving into the natural. This is where Harstem might actually be able to get some storms off. He's just got to be super careful about where he puts the High Templar. He cannot send them too far forward. You do not want to get them shot down by siege tanks. He's got some Archons as well. That's not an easy group of units to get rid of. Harstem with a lot of units out on the map. He's intercepting reinforcements still. What about the fight, though? High Templar's trying to come through. The Vikings are going to start hitting the High Templar. We only get 2 out of 3 storms off. That does not really look like it as Harstem comes in from the other side, but it's just all disjointed. He has struggled to get everything together, and it looks as though that is going to be GG. Percival's going to take a map 2. Means we go to map 3, but it also means that Harstem will not make playoffs. He'll be eliminated from the group, and Solo will be taking the advance out of this group stage. Just... the ideas were there, but it was just a little messy, right? I feel like giving up the third was fine. The Zealots took a really long route to the tanks, and then we kind of bought time for Storm, and then the High Templar didn't get a good Storm off. Unlucky. As we go to a final map on... I never know what map's missing from this map pool, I'm not gonna lie. Torches. Everything was just a bit disjointed multiple times over. Unfortunately, me and Harstem ends up eliminated. We do still play game 3. Get that set up. See a battle for the 3rd place of this group. Ready, ready. Let's jump into game 3 in the final map of Group A. I believed, guys. I believed. But it was not meant to be, apparently. Not meant to be. Alright, we're loading into torches here for map number 3. Let's see who gets the 3rd place. In the bottom right-hand side will be the blue Protoss player. It is Harstem. And in the top right, our red Terran is Percival. Are there prize pool differences for finishing 3rd and last place? Yes. It's like $25 difference, so there's a reason to play and try and make the difference. Any sneak peeks on plays for Group D? Sure. I can give you as much sneak peek as you would like. I'll just take a screenshot. Probably easier. Yeah, this is the playlist for Group D so far. Yeah, it's going. Group D's going well, you know. Group D's going great. Man is loving his life right now. I have one other player that I just haven't written down yet, but yeah, I'm in general still missing a bunch of players for Group D. Not that organized just yet. We got a couple days, guys. 24 hours ago, I only had 2 players for Groups A and C, so you know. We've got time. Factor coming about, CC and the SCV coming over, Mule potential coming soon. I don't know why I said Mule, I'm trying to save it, but realistically I just said a word it wasn't meant to say. Sentry and the Warp Gate coming up as well as we get settled in on this one. Stargate going to be the choice for Harstem here in this next game. So just going to bring that up. Obviously, the Phoenix going to give you a nice safe setup. Just deny the close by air kind of factor here. Twilight Forge coming up. Nexus and the Phoenix continue to come about. We'll have ourselves the barracks coming through. Siege Tank and the Banshee on the way out as well, so we get that on the go. Cyclone going to be there. Medevac pulling away. Just have ourselves the Phoenix. And get jumped onto a little bit. Down that right-hand side, going to show up toward that Nexus right away now. Shots going through, Stalks and the Sentry coming over. T-Source going to go hitting, Marines taking some damage. I think it's going to go back the other way. Cyclone getting a lock on will get rid of that Phoenix. The Phoenix will fall. Let's see the Siege Tank and Cyclone both getting lifted though, so we are going to start. As Harstem playing cleanup on this, he should be able to target that Medevac, although maybe he just knows he can chase that with the Phoenix at the end anyway. Lifts the Cyclone, gonna focus and prioritize the tank. We did let the Medevac get out of there, but we clean up everything else, which is still pretty darn good. Phoenix gather again, the +1 armor, the charge continue to come up. It's gonna have the 3 Marines nibbling on the rocks. Siege tank gathering, charging the armor upgrade coming through as well. Still got our units gathering in together right now as we just have Phoenix still joining up. Stimpack combat and +1 coming over to for the moment. As Phoenix comes stepping around, the Marine's going to go stemming after said Phoenix, and just have the Phoenix push back the other way, +1 attack building on that engineering bay. Charging the armor upgrade still coming by. Push straight up. I mean, Harstem, I think, has the numbers just to defend against this, though. Marines getting in. A few probes going down. Harstem not going to dive onto that army just yet. Siege tank in the back. That +1 attack upgrade coming through for Percival, as we are going to see the units starting to dive in. A couple of Widowmine shots going off. Widowmine shot hits into the few zealots. Just going to be seeing the Phoenix trying to fight. The Medivacs taking damage. Again, +1 attack. Vikings continuing through. We had a couple of Widowmines on into that as well. Those Phoenix are still getting going onto those Medivacs just for now. So we chase all of that away. Still have the Storm on the way up. +1 attack come through. Nexus and some other bits and pieces continuing about as our Phoenix go for a couple of SCVs as well. Ghost Academy is still very much so just being brought in, so Percival can look to get into something to try and help him answer the incoming storm that's going to be ready in the next few moments. So we got that ready to rumble. Marine's going to unload out down on that bottom side. Pylon going to get cancelled. The Nex is going to probably get cancelled here as well. So Harstem at least not going to be able to hold on to a fourth base. That's definitely good news for Percival. Phoenix chasing, the Medivacs getting hunted, +1 the storm. Both building on up into play there. So again, if Harstem can just get to that, he'll be in a much better position. Phoenix have a lot of chase potential, right? And as these units load back into the Medivacs, everything will end up going down. So we get a full cleanup. Percival's supply will plummet. That's not ideal for our Terran players. Harstem is looking good here in game 3 of their series. Fortunately, just fighting to maintain third place in this group can no longer make the playoffs. Two attacks starting now from Harstem. Again, the Robot Facility and the Forge both coming up. The Zealots actually get found by these Marines. The Zealots do pretty okay. Some probes over here, I think, just trying to mine out the gold minerals or something. Get hit by a Widow Mine. Also going to chase up into the natural, feeling like he's got enough of an advantage to make something happen. Just dive straight in. There's going to be units from the other side. He storms them. Beautiful storms. And the units from the other side get completely deflected, and that means that it is looking very good here for Percival, for Harstem, who is looking to take down Percival's army. There isn't really that much left right now. The SCVs in the front. I mean, the fact we're pulling these in just to play defense is never a good sign. We have an Archon going wild on that base to the top side of your screen. And, well, quite frankly, everything else is just not enough. The Widowmines will go for a little bit of damage. The Phoenix are about to show up as well. Geez, it's going to get even worse. An SCV kill count at 38, 40. So obviously not pretty either if you're Percival, whose economy is now in absolute tatters and does not exactly have an army that's going to just win the game on its own accord anyway. Phoenix will shoot. Medivac still taking damage. +2/+2 on the way out. Robobay and Zealots coming over. The army going to start hitting onto that orbital. The mule also going to get chased away. And GG. Also going to take game 3 of this series. And we'll round out Group A. Alrighty, guys. So, Harstem will not advance again. A little bit of a sad ending. It's always sad when it's like it gets decided before the actual final map. Let's do some of the other matchups in this group so far. Why is that making such a weird noise? It's really doing my head in. What if I just delete it and re-add it? Yeah, Distance Plays, thank you so much for the 33-month resub. It's really annoying me that it's just not working properly. I don't know how to fix that. Alright, yeah, we're going to go into Cristiana versus MaxPax first. Wow, this time it just worked. It's crazy. Yo, Vizkachu, thank you so much for the 8-month resub. Hey, Wardy, hope you're still having a good stream. Thank you so much for the resub. Appreciate it, guys. Yeah, let's do Cristiana versus MaxPax. Just get the game set up. Alright. Awesome with the raid. Hello, everyone. How you doing? What's up, Snatch PR? Thank you so much for the 4-month resub on the Prime as well. Appreciate it. Let's get ready for... So we're going to do a little bit of Group C, guys. We're going to do 3 best-of-3s from Group C, starting with MaxPax versus Cristiana, followed up by Young Yakov versus Spirit, and then Cristiana versus Young Yakov. So we're going to jump into all of those. Okay, guys, 1 sec. Alright. Let's start this off. Let's get into this PvP to begin with. As we get this underway. So, some Protoss versus Protoss, Cristiana versus MaxPax. Like I say, we'll do Cristiana versus MaxPax, Young Yakov versus Spirit, and Cristiana versus Young Yakov today. The MaxPax Spirit, Cristiana Spirit, and Yakov MaxPax games we'll do on Friday after Group D. So just letting you guys know, that's how we're going to space things out. And let's get into some games. Alright, so it's going to be a little bit of PvP here. As we start off in the bottom left corner of the map with the red Protoss player, this will be MaxPax. Taking on the blue Protoss in the top right corner of the map, we have ourselves Cristiana. Alrighty, so game 1 of the best of 3. And kick this off, we get this going, and we see what the plan will be. As Friday matches being played already from Group C, yes, Group C played at the same time as Group A played today. All of these games from Group C played a few hours ago, three-ish hours ago or so. Yeah, I mean, we had to move a group from last week. I'm not going to make players show up on 2 different days to play a group, but I don't want to do 2 groups on one day and then just 1 group on another day, so half and half seems like a better idea. Group D's games on Friday will be live. So basically Group D will be the same format as today, 6 live matches and 3 matches from replays. MaxPax will dominate? He might! We will see. MaxPax has been shakier than usual lately though. Don't take anything for granted as Cristiana opens with the double gateway. And MaxPax does open with a single gateway, so already the difference there, and the expectation kind of being there as well. It's kind of what we expect to see, so not really too surprising or anything just yet. As this probe escapes away up the left-hand side for the moment. And it's going to go pop a pylon down, so Cristiano already looking towards some aggression to try and net himself an edge in this opening game of the series. I like this cute little patrol around your pylon. Really make it look like you're trying to protect this thing, you know? Probably proxying Cristiana. Robo facility instantly as the Cybercore finishes. So straight up aggression here from Cristiana. There's a probe across the map from MaxPax keeping an eye on things, but the reality is this is all going to come down to whether MaxPax can defend the Robo. We'll see how much he tries to scout now. Obviously, being in the main base, he might be able to notice a missing pylon. So that would be kind of step one towards being at least thoughtful toward the fact there could be a proxy out. As MaxPax's Zealot went scouting, but didn't find it, didn't go far enough up, so that Zealot is going to be no good just yet. It's now moving down over here looking for a proxy, which it will not find. The Pro comes in to the natural of MaxPax as well, so yeah, he has not figured it out just yet. He is building that Stargate defensively, though, which is very typical of MaxPax in this build order. Stargate for safety. He will just go Oracle, though. You still need to know what's, that something is coming your way to be able to build the Void Ray and justify building the Void Ray, so think on that. Is this probe? Did it scout it? Yes, okay, so MaxPax does know. He's still going to build the Oracle. With that Oracle, he can still get a little bit of info, and he can still put a little bit of pressure across the map as well, which is likely going to be his goal here. Void Ray starts up. And Warp Gate coming on both sides. The Immortal building up on that Robo facility. The Stalker's trying to get underneath and go after the Oracle. Oracle just going to get shoved away. Stalkers and the Immortal together will pressure forward. Hits the front door. Battery already going to start taking a couple shots of damage. The Immortal going to be there to hit the battery as well. So that battery goes down very quickly. That's a concern for MaxPax. No battery makes this very tough. We have the firepower to take on a Void Ray, though. Void Ray obviously immediately just launch itself onto the Immortal. Stalkers will go after the Void Ray while it's hitting the Immortal. If they'd done that a little bit sooner, this would have been great. He's still going to get the Void Ray kill, which is a big deal. I mean, hitting that pylon, battery still not ready just yet. If we lose this pylon, that's huge because that's a gateway and the battery depowered. That would be a massive issue, and there is the pylon going down. Battery comes online, no power to it, although new pylon's building. Cristiana definitely getting a good start to this, just needs to keep warp-ins coming. The problem is, he's only on 2 gates himself, but he does get another Stalker kill, and MaxPax making mistakes right now, getting jumped on. Keep going to shoot away. Just going to have the step into this natural. Void Ray going to come in and activate the prismatic alignment, so is going to try and go after those Stalkers, but we've got a Prism to help you micro. The battery is already running low on energy. Energy overcharge was necessary. Cristiana needs to get some of his Stalkers out of that Prism. He was loading them up but not unloading them. Stalkers keep coming through. We'll see Cybercore taking a few more shots. We lift up one more Stalker. Cybercore falls. I mean, now we're going to lose the gateway as well, and this continues to be a problem right now for MaxPax. He does have 2 Void Rays up, which is a little bit more defense than what he's had before. But again, he does not have a lot of battery heal, and the Stalker count from Cristiana is getting a little bit out of hand at the moment. Prism loads up, drops back down those few Stalkers. A few more Stalkers coming through. Still stepping up. The Void Rays activate once more. We'll be seeing our Prism continue to put some work in right now as a couple of probes go down. Can we break through? I mean, we've got another battery here that's kind of getting drained of energy, and after that, we really don't have much battery energy left at all. Still shooting, just going to be seeing those couple of batteries still dropping. I mean, it's still just a lot of Stalkers, and the thing is, Void Rays go down very quickly against this amount of Stalkers, so especially when there's nothing to hold the Stalkers back, like SimCity or anything. I mean, that force field is kind of questionable as well. I don't think that's going to do enough. I get the idea. You're trying to keep these Stalkers from kind of stepping forward as one big gloop and kind of, being able to just right-click down a Void Ray immediately, so it makes sense. But you're still half the army supplies. MaxPax is doing what he can. I think Cristiana might have enough control of this first game. Can MaxPax somehow defend with these Void Rays? Like I say, it's tough when these Stalkers get to just dive on in. They get a Void Ray there. We step back, still losing some of the Stalkers. It's not completely free here for Cristiano. Still has to micro. If he doesn't micro, MaxPax micro as well. There's probably a way he can still lose it, but MaxPax says that this is just too far gone. He doesn't think he can micro these Void Rays to victory any longer, and GG gets called. Cristiana takes the opening map of Group C off of MaxPax. There we go. A little bit of a shocker. Like I say, MaxPax has been a bit shakier in the PvP lately. He gets into these scenarios a little bit where aggression does kind of waver him and fault him and put him into some weird places. GG's. Kettle is God, thank you so much, first of all, for the 80-month resub coming through to begin with, and then going in with the 5 gifted subs, which are discounted right now, guys. 5 gifted subs are 35% off. If you want to support the stream, consider checking it out. Going out to Scarlet Shadow, Jolly Milkman, Divinity SC, Nexus BTW, and Has the Bears. Thank you so much, Kettle, for the generosity. Appreciate it. Thank you so much. Alright, let's jump in again. Number 2 here of this PvP. Oh! Get this on the go. As we have ley lines coming up as our second map. In the top right, our red pro display here is MaxPax. Down a game against the blue Protoss in the bottom left-hand corner, Cristiana. Aggression working out in game 1. We'll see if he employs a similar approach for game 2 here. Very plausible, so see what the idea will be. Again, thanks for watching, guys. You are watching WardiTV June. Again, this is a WardiTV tournament. If you're enjoying the games and you want to support, your support does go a long way. These tournaments are really powered by you guys, the community. If you guys enjoy, do you consider supporting? We do have a Patreon page at patreon.com/WardiTV. 100% of your pledges on Patreon, 100% everything, we even cover the transaction fee, will go directly into tournament prize pools. So, like I say, if you're enjoying the players, if you want to see more support for the players and all the rest, you can absolutely head on over and yeah, support the Patreon page, patreon.com/WardiTV. Of course, subscribing and all the usual things go a long way as well. So check that out too. On the YouTube, like and subscribe. I've not said that in a while, actually. I've not done the like and subscribe start on YouTube in a while. I've been slacking. I've not been doing my YouTube job. Unbelievable. They're going to fire me. Don't get back on it. Yeah, do consider supporting, guys. Like I said, it goes a long way. Helps us to allow us to continue running consistent tournaments, so we can continue to bring you guys games on a nice regular basis. Island drops in. Cybercore coming up. Yeah, Cybercore coming up on both sides. Zealot and the Probe coming through as well, so we just get that on the go. And the Zealot going to go out down to the low ground for a couple of moments. Gonna get that a cruising as our Probe here from Cristiana will come moving across as well. Alright, Nexus starts up, Stargate on the way, Robo Facility and Stalker still building. The Pulp Gate continues to come up as well right now, so we just get that on the go. And you see the Adept going to go straight after that Proby for a few moments. There is a proxy once again from Cristiana. It's a Robo. If at first it succeeds, then do it again! It might kill your opponent the second time and give you a 2-0 start to the group. So Cristiana going to try and just go for the same thing a second time. We'll see what the adjustment is from MaxPax. There's already adjustment here from Cristiana. He's going to ignore the Immortal build, and he's just going to go straight to the Prison. Fair enough. I mean, the Immortal didn't do much last game, apart from it absorbed the Void Ray damage and allowed you to hit that first Void Ray heavily with the Stalkers, so... But I kind of like the Prism first as well. Give yourself some micro potential, maybe get the Stalkers in the main initially too. What happened with the Oracle last game, actually? I feel like the Oracle was made, and unless it got cancelled I didn't notice. Maybe it went across the map and didn't do as much, or maybe I just was bad observing. Because I feel like we didn't see anything of the Oracle last game. It got very intense very quickly, to be fair, so... As yo, Simon Lagosu, thank you so much for the 5-month resub on the Prime. Appreciate you priming us up. Thank you very much indeed. So we're just going to shoot. The Oracle drops a Revelation down. These Stalkers gather together as the extra Stalkers warp in. And again, a couple of gates continue in. The Void Ray and the probes still very much so producing on through for the moment. Can we get enough up here? This time the batteries are in a much safer place, so they're not going to be as exposed. So that's definitely one thing to think on already. Stalkers warping through, Gateway, Void Ray building at the moment. The battery coming up as well. Stalkers still gathering. Start a fight. The Void Ray going to activate. Stalkers taking damage. The Voids gather up. Just heads around that right-hand side. The extra Stalkers still gather. Just going to see the Void Ray and the Gateway continue to build for the moment. So again, we get that on the go. Stalkers going to begin to fight. The Adept and so on continue to trade. The Voids are going to step on forward. Adept will take a little bit more damage again. Our Stalker's still trying to step through for the moment. He has the Oracle, drops the Stasis Ward down. A lot of units from Cristiana. Has those sentries. A couple force fields can do a lot. Keep some of the units back. Allow you to only fight the voids maybe, but that was not a bad starting point, but it wasn't quite it either. Stasis Ward there is also a threat as now the force fields come in return. Cristiana also escapes from those pretty nicely. Both players are slipping and sliding past those force fields. No problem at all just yet. See a few more Adepts warping in. They're going to jump in the Prism and Cristiana going to go for a bit of harassment elsewhere to try and mix this up right now, because clearly at the moment this is not really working out. On the other side, Oracle just poking, but there's a couple Stalkers there. The Adepts are going to be dealt with. A Void Ray and some Stalkers. Can they get any probes? Yeah, they will get some, to be fair. I'm just going to say GG though. Well, that was anticlimactic. That didn't even get off the ground. Well, there you go. MaxPax turns it around. Ties it up 1-1 in this best of 3. And this PvP will go to a Game 3, which has really been kind of the talk of the day. We've been going to a lot of Game 3s today. It's been busy, to say the least. Waiting for one of our casts to come out of game, and we'll get them invited and head into this Game 3, guys. And yeah, this has been a bit of a speedrun of a PvP. Yo, what's up, Philbus? How you doing? Thank you so much for the 8-month resub. Good job casting the day. Thank you so much. Thank you for resubscribing. Appreciate it. Thank you for supporting. Hell yeah. Alright, we'll get this Game 3 started up then, guys. We'll get this into play and ready to roll. Let's do it. Top left-hand side in the red, tying up this series. We will have our Protoss player MaxPax. Definitely the favorite for this group. See how he does moving through it, as in the bottom right side, the blue Protoss player is going to be Cristiana. Alright, Game 3. As we get this underway. Probe coming up. Gates coming in on either side. Assimilators coming through. What happened to the replays on Discord? We haven't casted much over the last month to really give replays from. I don't know when we last did a replay pack, but honestly, the last month and a bit's been pretty dry on tournaments, so there's just not been a replay pack. But we'll probably do one at the end of this event, at the end of this week. It's been a lot of, because obviously there was Dallas and EWC qualifiers, and I was traveling here and there. It's been a very dry month on the channel, to be honest. So yeah, we'll be doing a replay pack probably later this week, I would say, when this event finishes up. We actually have some interesting games to give out again. So they are coming. Just yeah. Sometimes we have these down periods where there's not a lot going on. Twilight Council gets built into that bottom left-hand side. The Stargate building on this side of MaxPax. We get that on the go. The Adept and the Warp Gate coming through. A couple of Stalkers on the way out. Cristiana's been obviously creative every game. Getting aggressive with that Proxy Robo twice. Now a hidden away Twilight Council. That Stargate still builds through. Stalkers, the Warp Gate coming about. Stargate on the way, the Nexus building. Gonna have ourselves the Zealot still heading toward the upper left-hand side. Just gonna get in toward the natural here. So drop down a battery, Nexus on the way, Oracle coming up, Stalker building as well. The Adept's gonna shade through toward the main base for a moment or two. Still got the probe moving along. That goes down straight away. Stalker's just gathering. And blinking the Warp Gate, building up right now. A couple Stalkers, the Gateway coming around. We gather into the main. Just straight up one base blink. Definitely a good way to potentially deal with the Void Rays, right? Have that blink. You can blink on top of them. You can obviously micro back nicely with the blink as well, potentially, depending on the situation, so... Oracle dives into the main. Warp Gate is about to finish. I'm going to drop a little revelation down from the Oracle right there. So Oracle drops the revelation. Void Ray and the Gateway continue to come through. See the blink finishing shortly. There is Stalkers warping in on the top side of the map. So we get those Stalkers already being warped in right now. A couple of Stalkers stepping to the front. Stasis Ward will go off, and again, a few more Stalkers going to gather together and make themselves a little bit of a play. Probe already captured in the stasis. Caught and kept away for the moment. Blink is not far from being finished. We'll start a fight, and we do have Stalkers and Zealots already pulling back a little. Another Stalker warping in. Obviously, we are ready to try and just take this trade as Cristiana needs to find the right moment. Has to blink away from the force field. Already taking some damage though on the Stalkers. It's not ideal. Stasis caught a few probes last time, and this time it's going to get cancelled up. Stalkers even blinking after said Oracle. The main part of attack is obviously still on the other side of the map as Stalker's dangerous. Going to start putting damage on the Nexus. We've got an Immortal on the way from MaxPax. That's huge. Immortal is so much better defensively than the Void Ray. I don't love that big blink. That was one Stalker about to go down, and instead of blinking that one Stalker, we blinked everything. That's a bit of a panic moment. You need to be trying to get as much value as possible from these Stalkers with their blink upgrade as soon as possible. And blinking everything back like that rather than just kind of, singular blinks and continue to fight, that isn't going to do it for you. That's not the sort of micro that's going to win you a game against MaxPax. So a little bit of a criticism there is it has improved since then. We've definitely got a bit better. I wonder if it was more so just he wanted to go back and deal with things on the other side of the map quickly and then focus back over here. In which case it's understandable, but like I say, it has to be consistently better than that. As we dive on the Immortal, that means we're going to take a bunch of damage. The Zealot and the two Voids helping with that. The Zealot gets taken down, but obviously you blink on the Immortal and the Zealot actually gets to fire some shots off, which is really nice. That's that Nexus, super low. We got very close to killing it. MaxPax might take a more aggressive approach to playing defense on that now. He might just let it go down, rebuild it up again, as he's going to be obviously on an Immortal, Void Ray, or Army. is pretty strong in the long run. And try and trade. We do get the Nexus, so Cristiana able to succeed in that. There's just so many units now from MaxPax. And Cristiana trade against these units. Like I say, he's got Blink, which is a major advantage. But the more tech units there are, the more difficult it's going to be for Cristiana to find a trade that doesn't involve him just getting whacked away at by the Void Rays and by the Immortal. He's definitely thinking of it. And poking in, finding batteries and pylons where he can. Good Blinks back with just a couple of those Stalkers so far. MaxPax just rebuilds the Nexus. The Oracle just staying stationary now. I like that. Cristiana's still watching though, and he does get the Stasis Ward the moment it comes down. So, good quick reaction. Deals with that immediately. Very well done. Cristiana going to try and match MaxPax in expanding. So, he's going to take his own natural expansion here. Sentry's getting warped in as well. Stalker stepping forward. And we'll take a few more shots. Stalker still standing around. Flush shots coming through. The Immortals are going to be there. Stalker's going to start a fight again. Immortals taking some more damage. We are going to see a Sentry going down. A couple of Void Rays still activating. His Immortal still stepping up at the moment as we have the Stalkers continue to step across for the moment. Spreading out a little bit. Pylon going to be taking some damage. We have ourselves the probes still gathering together as well. A couple of shots coming out. Stalkers trying to hit. Steps will go down. Cristiana's just going to say GG. Wow. Just doesn't think he can fight this as the game goes on. And MaxPax will take the first series of Group C with a 2-1 victory. And advance on to a 1-0 scoreline, like I say, in Group C. Alright, we're going to be going to Spirit versus Young Yakov up next, guys. I'll just run some ads, and see these games were played earlier, so we can more or less go straight into them. There's not going to be much delay between games. We're going to be starting up on Persephone for this best of 3, so Persephone in just a moment or two. We'll get this on the way. Get this ready to rumble. Like I say, 2 more matches left then. Spirit versus Young Yakov and Cristiana versus Young Yakov both coming through. And we'll see where that takes us. See what the scores are going to be. Like I say, we'll round out Group C on Friday after Group D. Should be a lot of fun as well. Alright, give it about 30 seconds for ads, guys. Well, you know what, TVZ, let's just roll the dice. Unless we see a proxy racks, I think we probably get away with just getting the game started, to be honest, so let's just do it. 30 seconds, it'll be fine. What happens in the first 2 minutes of a TVZ? Touch wood. Nothing, surely. Let's get the games rolling, let's keep it moving. As we have, in the top left-hand side, the red Zerg player, this is going to be Yakov. And he is taking on the blue Terran in the bottom left. We have ourselves Spirit. And one of the best of 3. Overlord moving over. As we take a few moments of setting up, of course, no surprises. Spirit and Yakov, I think, are both players. I mean, Yakov used to be a bit more of an aggressive player, but more recently, I'd say, has been much more on track of just being a kind of guy who's very happy to honestly match up with a lot of the guys in the macro game. Like, he's definitely taking steps away from being the aggressive player he used to be honest. we'll follow the Overlord for a few moments. Punch gas and pool coming up. Overlord heading down the right side. Orbital and the Reaper continue to get built just for now. And again, the command center on the way through on the natural expansion. The Overlord continues to move about. What's up, Slow Joe? Thank you so much for the 43-month resub. Hope you're doing well. Thank you for the resubscription. Appreciate it. Thank you for supporting. Reaper is going to be showing up here in the next couple of moments. We'll follow this through for a little bit as it steps into the game and has a look to see what's up. A couple lings going to come maneuvering around as the Reaper drops a grenade here and there. And we'll just be seeing those lings trying to hunt that Reaper for the next couple of moments. So Reaper again pushed away and can turn around onto the Zerglings for a couple of moments as well. And the Reaper continue to get some damage done. Queen going to pop a creep tumor down at the front. Factory about to finish. Reaper still joining. The Orbital and the CC coming up as well, so we still got that going. And Link speed not far from being done. A hatchery coming up on the third base also. Starport building, command center on the way, refinery being added, orbital building too. See the Reaper back around to the top and just keeping an eye on things. There's not a lot else going on, guys. When the Hellions come out, they will join the Reaper, and that's still probably the most interesting thing to follow. Everything else is just pretty chill, right? Even, I mean, Yakov did pull out a gas a little bit, it seems. As Link speed finishes up, he's just gone back into it, so... yeah, a whole lot of not much right now. And like I say, the Reaper can be joined up by the Hellions. The Hellions actually staying back at home, so they're actually staying pretty safe back on the other side. Here's the Reapers maybe in a bit of a risky position against the few Zerglings that are out. But, don't know if it's going to be that much of a big deal. Forward, moving about. Reapers and the Hellion just gonna gather. We do have our Banshee and the Cloaking coming up. This time these Lings are actually going to threaten to get the wraparound here. He's going to go on the Healing Shrine for a couple moments as well. Hellions will be able to push this back. They might also want to go to the Healing Shrine. Get back up to high HP. It's nice as the Overlord steps through. It's going to come about. All those Hellions getting healed. Armor coming online. And Banshee building up, a couple of barracks and the refineries coming through. We just have the Lair, the drones, the Queen. Continue to come about, cloaking the Banshee, very much so on the way in. And yeah, the few Hellions is going to gather back around for a couple of moments. Armor will finish in a moment or so. A couple of engineering bays still coming out. Barracks in production. Simpack halfway done. And the speed is starting up. A couple of Banshees will get going onto the Queens. Bane's crashing through. The Hellions morph into Hellbats. That's not going to be good though. If the Bane lane's actually getting decent connections, these Hellbats do not have the HP they need to make an impact in this game, and they get turned around instantly. One Banshee dead as well. It's a disaster from Spirit, trying to get aggressive here, and it completely backfires, so achieves nothing with that, and that's just a waste of resources. And that gives Yakov a bit of freedom. Instantly, a fifth hatchery comes into place, and he is just going to be playing without concern, because that really was just a fantastic way for this to go for him. He cleans up a bunch of the map control units of his opponent, and just for simply being prepared. Hydra Den, Infestation Pit, all the things start to come online now from Yakov, so he definitely makes a dive into the later stage of the game with this edge that he's taken, with a great solid defense that did not waver him at any point. Definitely something he wants to take advantage of, so gets straight up into that, gets that ready to go. Green step across to the side, couple of Hellbats morphing in, gonna get caught. Gonna get jumped on. One Hellbat down, second Hellbat chased and killed. Funny enough, the Banshee on its own gets like 4 drones. It's better than expected. Just building up here, the Hive still on the way through. Additional Lings coming about, Burrow and the melee upgrades all on the way in. We get the Hydra speed coming up as well. Means the tanks still continue over the right side. Going to go through the acceleration zone for a moment. Going to use this acceleration zone to push up over here. Has to be careful though. And so you'll have the acceleration zone at your back, but that means the Zerg can chase through with acceleration as well. So getting away is not easily done. Do get a Baneling to start us off, but that's a lot of Zerg diving straight on down onto this army. Tank gets siege pretty late on. It will absorb some shots, but the rest of this army just has to get the hell away. The Spirit just has to lift and get out of there. Resource loss is actually still fairly even, which honestly kind of impressed by. I really felt like a lot of these fights would go Yakov's way so far, but apparently resource loss being even is... It's not bad for Yakov. It's not terrible for Spirit, especially when it's only at 2,000. You know, this is not super late in the game just yet, so not much to say for now. There'll be more to kind of talk on and comment on with that a bit further down the line, I'd imagine. Lings just nibbling those rocks on the left side, just going to open those up and take those out of the equation as the rest of the Lings gather on the right side and look for a chance to move through. Banshee hitting away at a bunch of these Hydras. Gunning going down as well on the right side. These Marines all still gathering together. Bang coming through. Medivacs load up on the left-hand side. 5 Medivacs are going to go boosting toward the main base. And there you go. Thanks, shooting. 5 drones going down, 6 drones going down. Not a lot of counter-attacking or anything being done, so good damage being dealt actually for Spirit. But the Vipers show up again, that Hive we invested into earlier, now going to show payoff in dividends and really show that it's got some value. Obviously Lurker's out as well, and some of their upgrades are finishing shortly too, their range upgrade and so they're only going to be getting better over the near future. Bane Hydra gathering, a few more Banes coming in. 2-2 upgrades, concussive shells, and the +1 vehicle weapons continue to come through too. Let's get over to the right, the Marine gets caught, the Hydra's going to hit the Medivacs. The rest of the Ling Bane Hydra continues through as the Ghost Academy continues to step into play. That's obviously going to be a big later stage kind of situation here for Spirit as he gets that set up. Ling's going to go diving forward. Marine's going to stem it up. Ling Bane gets chased back once again. 2-2 upgrades, +1 vehicle weapons, concussive shells, all coming through this army. Set to go diving forward. Blinding Cloud comes down. There's a nice Blinding Cloud. It forced a lot of the Marines forward initially, and a lot of them not able to fire. However, there's no Blinding Cloud for the tanks, and those tanks are choking up the Lings. Makes a pretty nasty fight for Yakov in the end, unfortunately, which was, I feel like it was a good position for him to attack on initially, but he's the one who's going to take all the damage. He lost way too many Lings getting choked up. He should have just backed away. Now he's going to take all this damage too. 15 drones, a hatchery. Infestation Pit is in risk of going down. We're not going to finish it off, but it's low for the future, and this drop is still yet to be truly dealt with. Spore is actually going to make pretty short work of it, plus the Viper. So that's going to be the end of that now, but obviously disaster for Yakov, who like I say, traded out units across the map ineffectively as well, so really a double whammy of mistakes for him. As now we lose another hatchery too, so Spirit absolutely capitalizing over the last couple of moments, put himself in a bit of a better position. Do you see a lot of Lean Bane coming down the map? Poised to maybe make a strike onto this base, so we're going to go for it. Obviously has a lot of the units up in medevac, so maybe that's where Yakov feels he has an opportunity, but the choke is a bit too much. We actually have snipes coming off, just going to use those on Banelings. Why the hell not? Anything you snipe is free damage being done, right? So if you snipe anything that costs gas, it's good trades. As long as you have snipes available when you really need them still, typically that does happen, so... the infestation pit burns to death because it doesn't have the creep spread attached to it anymore because the hatchery went down, so the infestation pit does fall, funnily enough, after it kind of looked as though it might be one of the things that survived that attack. Ends up going down. How to Viper. Moving to the right, moving back to the center. Going to scan up, a little bit of a cleanup there as the Zerglin gets picked away at CC, landing in position, morphing into the orbital. Nidus Network is going to build up. You already got 2 of them, so we're going to get another one. So a lot of Nidus is available. Yakov looking for the high octane, kind of non-stopping pressure into this later stage of the game. Getting a couple of pickoffs there thanks to the Viper Abduct as well. +2 vehicle weapons and +3 attack upgrade continue through. The vehicle plating coming up also as the tank and the Marauders build. The command centers are coming. Planetary Fortress is not far from finishing. As we set up more positions on this map, Yakov, I think, is very brave to try and take this gold. I think that's unlikely to stay alive. Spirit is very far forward on the map. He's focused on the right-hand side. I think that gold is unlikely to be claimed. The problem is, as a Zerg, you want to mine more bases than the Terran, right? And so you kind of need to mine that gold base, otherwise, where do you mine that isn't going to be the Terrans? Well, yeah, so I get why he has that hatchery up, but like I said, I think it's unrealistic. Spirit's about to see it right now, and he's going to recognize the opportunity he's got to go and play cleanup on that. And Yakov tries to attack him, but I wouldn't say that's going very well either. Ghosts finally start getting snipes off. The Hydras are going down, and Spirit will have an easy time. I mean, the gold base will just drop during this, essentially, so... Gold base falls, a lot of reproduction, a lot of Hydras on the way from our Zerg, but that's eating up our bank account. And that's not sustainable to just replace Hydras in those sort of numbers after each of these fights. That's just not going to be maintainable, so... Yeah, I like the Infestors. We need something that can actually help you to kind of get a couple of better fights going, and the Infestors might just be that. Unfortunately, you're still losing bases. Top right being cleared out completely. And Spirit is once again having a very good time. Gathering medevacs. We're doing some healing overhead. Like I say, I do like a couple of Infestors. I do think they provide potentially some opportunity to take some better fights here. That has not clearly been there just yet for Yakov, so... Tell you what, Yakov has a lot of creep, man. There's way more creep than I thought he was going to have. I guess Spirit's been really focused on dropping and hitting bases rather than kind of getting rid of all of the creep. I mean, over here where he's hit a lot of time, the creep is very minimal. It's more the middle of the map, which to be fair, like I say, Spirit's not really been playing in the middle. You don't push through the middle on Persephone a lot if you are poised over here on the right side from your, you know, to launch your attacks from in the first place, you know? Lurker will come through. Just going to be seeing the Lurkers going to start burrowing up. The Infestors setting up there as well. As you just have a couple of shots going through, the Lurkers will continue to step on forward. A couple of tanks joining in, getting sieged up, but they get playing cloud immediately. I mean, it's a lot of Lurkers. It's definitely still going to be scary. You've got a couple of Infestors showing up to try and make a difference. They drop. Okay, not the Fungal I was hoping for. A Fungal hitting 2 tanks is barely exciting at all, but maybe they can have more done in the future. Two medevacs up the right. And you have upgrades still ticking along here from Spirit, still from Yakov as well, getting his +3 melee up, so everyone's still finishing up some of those +3 upgrades in the game. The Hydras will show up as well. Ling's getting surrounded. Nuke going to go down onto that hatchery. Top left-hand side, we've got a bit of bio here, going to go after this hatch as well, and that hatchery taking some serious damage. This nuke's going to land. The drones start to pull away a little late, but they are going to make it out of there, so not too many losses. And this hatchery goes down as well. Man, it's just a massacre right now for Yakov. Trying to get bases up has been so difficult for him. He's been unable to really sustain in that regard at all. As you see, Ling is jumping down toward the planetary here. And try and hit that. Lurkers get burrowed up and going to go after those SCVs. There's a few snipes coming about as well. Down the left side, Hydra Lurker and step through as well. Just going to be seeing the orbital command is a burning, dropping, and dead. Ghost will nibble. Onto the hatch. Fueling is going to show up as well. Hydra Lurker still on the move. We've got a fusion core building up also here. Fusion core, starport, all getting added in. More tanks, marines, and marauders getting added on too. Great Spire from Yakov will come into the back as we do get forward. Bio tank pushing straight up. Hatchery taking damage already. Gonna see a nuke launching into the natural expansion. I mean, again, how many hatches have actually died this game? This time the ghost dies. I'm gonna guess like 12 hatcheries have died. 7. But I reckon a few got cancelled as well, right? I mean, maybe 12 is a bit of an overestimate. It feels like a lot, though. You know, at the end of the day, that's the main point I'm making, is that it feels like a lot of hatches have died and kept on dying throughout. I think Run-By catches a few siege tanks in the center. I mean, Spirit... I mean, Yakov still has a bit of a bank. Spirit has a bit of a bank too, but not an endless one. The thing is, Spirit's the one that keeps on taking down bases to Yakov, and Yakov is the one that's not done anything to stop Spirit for a long time. And now he's attempting the main base. I like it. I mean, I like that he's still, you know, being positive and trying to find ways to get stuff done. I have no idea how he finds the moment to get some units across the map in a Nidus right now, because quite frankly, he's under attack in every direction. He needs as many units at home as he can get. Gonna pop out Lurkers over here, straight into Ghosts and some tank fire. That's not exactly ideal either. Molding Hydra continues up and out. It kind of feels Yakov's just dead, to be honest. Kind of feels like he's just dead. The few Marines coming back through. The Ling's gonna get jumped on. 26 SCVs go down. We actually kill a base bottom right. Yakov is kind of having like some death throws right now. Like, he's got half the army supply and he's just going to try and run it around and do whatever he can. The reality is, in every trade, Spirit has been convincingly okay and convincingly getting value out of it as well, right? So, it's a nice fungal growth. Even this little portion of the Terran army gets a good amount of kills as the Hydras try and play cleanup. Goes down the medevacs. We'll get rid of those. Spirit's actually not got an endless bank, you know. He is out of money in the bank, but he is mining comfortably is the difference, right? He's still got 58 workers. He's mining a lot more than Yakov. He's got bases to mine from. That is the deal breaker right now between these two players. One player actually has income and the other really does not. Yakov's mining this left side base. This base has not even got drones to go onto it. This base is long distancing. So there's some income there, but like I said, there's just not a lot of it as these few Zerglings get caught up. And once again, it's Spirit that's pushing into position during this. The Lurkers are going to counter. I don't hate it. I don't think they're going to win a straight-up fight. Countering and, you know, working around this Terran army might be the best way you can go about this at the moment, to be honest. Lurker step straight through. Planetary in some trouble. I mean, again, two bases over here in trouble as well, though. Anyway, we're sub 100 supplies, Yakov. Again, sometimes it's just Difficult to really say that my guy's going to step back into the game, and this is one of those times. Workers are mostly going down, actually. The siege tank might make some kills here as well, even. Continue to just press up. Extractor going down. The Nidus is going to be a target. I mean, there's not much else to say. This one is done. I really felt like Spirit controlled this game for a long time as well, to be fair, right? So, definitely a very convincing game from Spirit. Very well played from him. As we'll ready ourselves into game 2 between Spirit and Yakov in just a moment. Long game, guys. I'll have to run some ads, so we'll give those a moment to play while we invite people in. It was a fun game. It just definitely was Spirit who kept on getting the better value trades each and every time, right? Able to get so much out of all that. Alright, we'll go into game 2, guys. Give it another 15 seconds, we'll get started. Go into ley lines. In the bottom left-hand side of ley lines, our Red Zerg player here for game number 2 is going to be Yakov. You can see a couple of matches of him because we're going to see this one, then his match against Cristiana after will be our last match of today. Again, the rest of Group C we will be showing after Group D on Friday, guys. Make a nice broadcast out of it. As in the top right-hand side, the Blue Terran player, Spirit, as we get into game number 2. It's not been a lot of 2-0s today, so maybe Yakov can use that in his power to fight back. Maybe, you know, maybe the vibe of the day will power him up. Who knows? Who knows? Barracks SCV coming about. We get settled in. Just going to be seeing the Melia. Hatch gas and pool coming up. No surprises just yet in the first few moments. Let you guys follow this overload across the other side instead. Reaper and Orbital continue to come around. Hatch gas and pool all coming up. Got that ready to go. And as our drone continues to come over for the moment, we get that settled in. So we're just going across the command center, Marine, SCV coming through as well. There goes the Reaper out onto the other side. And we will spot with this overload that there is in fact a command center on location, so nothing weird from Spirit. Looking like he's going to open in a fairly macro-focused manner for the early stages. Comes across, the few Zerglings will chase. Again, pushed away, and obviously love to grab some of these Lings if possible. 2 of them low, 1 of them very low, but protected by the Queen now. That is going to be a good defense and hold for the moment. King going to shoot. Reaper taking some more damage. A few more shots coming in. A grenade, and the Queen will take some shots again. Ling speed coming up. Hatch, drones, Queen building through. Starport is going to be on the way up right now. So going to get the starport building, the command center coming in. Link speed building as well on at the spawning pool, so we get that online. It just continues to move about at the moment, so again, a little bit of a move right here. So Ling's going to try and chase the Reaper. And our building. So I'm going to get across and into the natural and up to the main. Try and find some info straight in. Full scout for Yakov. Talk about information. You're going to get all of it right there. Keep it moving. The Zergling's still gathering. Conquest of shells coming up as the lag continues to produce. And we do have our Hellions and our Viking continue to come into play for now. Bring that online. The lag's still building up at the moment, so we get that going. Couple of queens, couple of lings, continue to produce. And we have the Marine and chase and kill the Overlord for now. Conquest of shells is about to finish. The Hellions and the Medevac coming up. Armory on the way as well. Lings and queens coming through. We've got the Knights Network coming up as well. Let's just bring that straight in. Additional lings coming over. Overseer on the way. 10-pack building. So we're going to see a Ling Queen Nidus attempt here from Yakov. Try and close out a game 2 in his favor, or at least put him into a good position. Let's see if it can maybe give him some momentum into the mid-game or so. And it's finishing shortly. Overlord getting tagged at by the Viking. He's going to shoot. A couple lings do go down. Just going to see the Hellions morphing into the Hellbats. There we go as the medevac overhead. Going to start to drop off these Marauders. Kind of funny because you're Ling Queen Knights against one of the more aggressive Hellbat-based openers in the game. So both players are being aggressive. The problem is Hellbats are not a good sign when you're playing the Ling Queen Knights. But if you can kill them off here, maybe it just gives you a chance across the map. Like I said, it's going to get a bit funky. As we are going to play cleanup, right? Going to be close, but we'll get the cleanup. The Marauders will be all that's left. I mean, this puts you in a weird position. It's a pretty committed build from Spirit as well, right? So you kind of need to get a lot out of this typically to be okay. I think still gathering. The Knights on the other side is going to be coming through. Will be killed. As we just got the lings gathering up over toward the natural. The Marines will fight, the lings will take some damage. Those things are going to get absolutely blasted and they will get pushed the other way. Morphing into some Banes. I mean, what are we just going to try and Ling Bane Burst? We're now going to drop a Spire back at home. I mean, obviously this game's a bit of a mess from Yakov. His initial plan has kind of gone out the window with his opponent's aggression hitting in the way it did. This mismatch of builds is an awkward one, to say the least. As the Banes will crush through the front. I'm not sure if you really want to run in there with the Lings, though. It doesn't feel like we've got enough. Nidus goes down again, unable to do anything. Nice, we'll just gather in the center again here. Spire still continue to come through. So you're going to take some shots. Viking going to get a few hits off. Obviously, going to get knocked down. Marine's going to transfer over toward that third base. 1-1 upgrades. Combat shield coming up. Sense tower building as well. So just bring that sense tower up. Does Bane's +1 flyer attack upgrade coming through as well. In the center, this Nidus continues to gather in. And yeah, we just wait to see what's up. Hatchery coming through. Viking is going to get another overlord. 2-kill Viking at the moment, not bad at all. Spirit moving out. Supply in his favor as 1-1 also finishes, so he's going to have a supply and upgrade lead here. It's pretty darn scary if you're Yakov and this Terran army is marching toward you. It just has multiple advantages over what you're working with. Spirit definitely going to be threatening right now. That landed Viking will get a couple of lings before it will finally go down to a few more lings coming over. Sentry goes down, the Marine tank still gathering. What do we want to do? I mean, that's a 4th base denied. There's the base on the left side, though, so you have a backup base as Yakov. That one's not denied yet. The Spirit will just kind of force a more forward fight, though. Mutas are out. That does not exactly help you as Yakov kind of played defensively. Honestly, 3 mutas, it's what, 5 mutas, 6 more on the way. I kind of prefer them to go across the map or something. I mean, standing around here with this army being here, I just don't see what these mutas are going to do. 11 meters is not all that many to go sniping, you know, tanks or anything like that. Stepping straight forward and again just going to put himself on toward this hatchery, and with that hatchery in some trouble, not much else to really say. Counterattack, well, that's what I wanted to see, so I'm into it. We are going to be broken into here, so this little group of units will be exposed. Spirit obviously has a lot of units on the other side of the map if he wants to try and base trade himself. But Thor going to be here and going to try and hold the front, as we are going to be seeing the mutas spreading to try and stop that Thor from doing too much. But the Thor is going to live. That's not a good sign at all. Oh my goodness. It might die at the very end, but oh my god, it survives. So that is just a summary of where this game is at. As Yakov's attack on the other side does absolutely nothing, all said and done. He's going to GG out here as well. This is also doing absolutely nothing. And we are going to go to a 2-0 victory for Spirit. And he is going to go 1-0 in this group. Well, MaxPax is also 1-0. 2 players at 0-1. Cristiana and Yakov are going to be the 2 players we see one final game of today. We're going to get into that Cristiana-Yakov series in just a few moments, guys. We'll just run between series ads. We'll get that rolling. Alright, so yeah, this will be the last match from Group C today. As, yo, Billy Badass 1991, thank you so much for the 2-month resub on the Prime. What happens on this screen as well? I'm so confused by that sound. So yes, we will wrap up this Group C on Friday, but this will be one more match today, Cristiana versus Yakov. We'll go from there. Beautiful. Beautiful. Oh. Notification sounds cursed. Yeah, I don't know what it's doing. It's just lagging for some reason. But it doesn't lag on... It only lags on this scene. I don't know what's happening to make it lag. It's really weird. Yeah, I've got no idea. It works fine in game, and it's the exact same thing. But yeah, that's kind of a little strange. Don't really know what to do about that. And then sometimes it's just fine as well. So it's like sometimes it's just struggling to load or something. I really don't know, honestly. I really don't know. Alright, in the top right-hand side, we're going to have ourselves the blue Protoss player. This is going to be Cristiana. And he's up against Yakov in the bottom left. So both these players looking to get a win in the group. One against the other right now, and that would obviously be 1-1 for them. A very doable position. I mean, obviously Yakov playing MaxPax next would not be easy. Maybe more doable for Cristiana. If he gets to 1-1, he played his Spirit in his last match. That feels more winnable. For a chance to get out of this group, right? Alright, the probe is coming, so we are going to try and just get some info here. Not super fast though, the hatchery is down comfortably before this probe gets here, so not looking to block as much as we really are, just looking for information in these early stages. So probe gets in, and Scout's just going to get around the back and scoot about for a little bit. Well, hatch is coming through. That's the probe coming about. It's going to be some of the Zealot nibbling at the hatchery. And we have ourselves a bit of proxy hatch action. It's double gateway as a response from Cristiana. So Yakov trying to make this look a bit funky, but the double Zealot will get on to the hatch, and that's going to force the cancel. So pretty well dealt with. As we get to that, and we will clean that up. And the drone is going to come back over and get killed by the Zealots. Now you're going to have 2 Zealots and 2 Adepts to get across the map with. I always like this little combination of units. I always feel like there's potential to get something done when you go across the map with these units, you know? Link speed building, Stargate on the way. Hatchery coming through from Yakov as the Adept will shade down as well. So 2 Zealots and 2 Adepts going to make their way across. Stargate about to finish up. Next is still coming through. Ling speed coming about. The hatchery going to take some damage. Adept's going to be right there to try and turn a couple other things around. The Zealots going to continue onto the hatch, and the Ling's still thinking about what they would like to do as well, as we do see the Adept's going to shade by. But this is just a really nice counter. This is why, again, it's such a good kind of build to go for the 2 gates against this, because it forces so much from your opponent to defend it. But this hatchery is genuinely in trouble over here. If that dies, I mean, that's a bunch of money down the drain. 275 minerals, a drone, build time. Kind of disastrous for Yakov in the early stages. Because Cristiana is able to take that one out. Oof. Well, we just have a Zergling's going to go across the map, as they will hopefully look for some counter damage after a very successful attack from Cristiana. Yakov would love to get something done in return, but I'm not really believing there's too much to be done there. This Oracle comes back around and heads out onto the map. Turns around because the Zerglings are showing up. The Adepts going to have to tank a little bit of the damage there. A couple of gateways are going to finish up. The Oracle's there to help push everything back as well. Resonant Glaives coming online. Again, the Rotron building, the hatchery on the way through. We continue to build all of that in. The extra Adepts coming up. I like it from Cristiana, right? You delay the 3rd hatch of the Zerg, you put him in a weird position. I love the idea of just coming in and just saying, you know what, I'm just going to get my glaives up and just put you in a lot more trouble and keep you in a very difficult position for the foreseeable future. Queen and the Ling's still coming. The Oracle's stepping around. Ling's continuing to build up for the moment as the Resonating Glaives is not far from being done. Little revelation dropping through right there. Queen's going to get tagged up in it. And yeah, that Resonating Glaive is still very much still coming through. The Roaches in production as well. Do have the Oracles turned away. 3 more drones going down, though. This is all Cristiana damage that's going better and better for him so far. 6 dead drones, the Adepts just poking. Not gonna commit. There's quite a lot of lings, to be fair. Adepts want to be careful about where they commit to, apparently. Just rather keep them alive than give them up right now, says Cristiana. Honestly, keeping the Adepts alive is nice, because if Yakov was thinking about maybe just massing units and going for an attack, the Adepts at home defensively can do a lot for you, especially if you feel like they weren't going to achieve much over here anyway. I don't hate the idea of just prioritizing keeping the Adepts alive, right? As the Lings and the Roaches continue to join up together. Plus one of the Blink coming through. The Oracle's going to be there. The Queen's stepping up to push those Oracles back for a second. Again, Lair, Drones, Missile Upgrade continue to come through for the moment as the Lings step across. But now, Oracle's going to show up, going to get rid of a couple of drones. Obviously, I'm going to drop down single changeling coming through. It's going to have the +1 missiles and the roach speed coming up from Yakov as he tries to get himself into this game. 58 drones to 64 workers, though, is not pretty. And Cristiano is just very comfortable. He's just building up the storm, getting that up and rolling, getting himself to a nice, cozy position here. All said and done, really is bringing himself into a great place. Even the Oracles right now are looking for some early Ravager kills. And Yakov is in a weird spot. I mean, the entire game has kind of left him in a weird spot, to be honest, so not ideal. Oracles come back around. Storm +1 coming up. High Templars coming through. Prism Gates in production as well. Oran and that Tunneling Claws also in production at the moment, so we just bring that through. The Oracles heading back over to the right-hand side. Again, Prism, Gateways, High Templar, continuing up. Storm about to be done. And that gives you a much better army here as Cristiana. Very comfortable position at the moment. Step through the top. The Ling's getting chased. Stalker's blinking after. Going to be 5 more Stalkers, a couple of Zealots all coming online. +2 attack coming in. The Roach Ravager coming across. Zergling still gathering. Another nice storm, and a few of the Roaches get kept at bay. +2 missiles, Tunneling Claws, very much so still coming in. Actually taking damage. Ling's on the other side going to get through, and that's a nice counterattack. That's the kind of thing that Yakov needs to disrupt this game a little bit and to give him a little bit more of a chance. He's eating a storm on the Roaches over here, though. So that dance continues. The Lings get dealt with. Only 5 probes went down. I really felt like that was going to be more, to be honest. I really felt like so much potential was just kind of sat down the tail. We're going to try and make a dive onto this army. Yakov's just going to go for it. Roach is getting stormed to bits. Well, Morphing the Archon's not going to get a chance to finish morphing, and we actually will push Cristiana back. So Cristiana gets shoved away. Stalkers and Adepts alike being chased out of there for the moment. Counter will activate. We burrow the Roach Ravager. I like it, making use of the abilities you've upgraded. Why the hell not? Having the Lurk Den building through, the 6 drones on the way. Groove Spines and +2 missiles coming up as well. Rest of the Stalkers pulling back. The Resonating Glaive still attacking. Zard stepping through also currently. As we drop another storm down onto the Ling Roach army. Another couple of Corrosive Bowels right now. Extra Stalkers in production. Just one more storm as a few more Zerglings take some heavy hits. Stalkers blink again. Roach will continue to take a bunch of damage. We're just going to turn onto a cannon. Just going to go and hit those for a little bit. We have ourselves the Roaches still trying to strike for the moment as well. Roach Ravager gathers back up together. Still just seeing a few of those Roaches going after the Stalkers here. Going back the other way. I mean, I like it because it's creating some harassment. It's creating some reason for Cristiana to look back home. And Yakov has given himself a chance to stay in this game. He is not, being knocked out from here just yet. We got lurkers on the way up as well, so bringing those straight through. Seismic Spine's building as well. Oh, that's a nice bile onto a lot of the High Templar. Stepping up, the lurkers aren't really ready just yet, so a good time to go for Cristiana, and I feel like he knows it as well. He sees the morphing lurker, he's just like, I don't want to deal with that. So he steps straight into this right now. One lurker does get burrowed up, and that might cause Cristiana to think about how he attacks in. He's out of storms, right? So he can morph it in Archon, but that's about it. He's going to have another storm available soon, perhaps, but no, it's like 15 seconds. Not really soon. Let me just step up, though, and I think we're just going to do enough here as Cristiana continues to push onto this base. Across the map, there's a little counterattack of roaches in the mineral line, but we've gotten rid of that base. We're getting rid of a lot of drones. Cristiana's still actually behind on supplies. He's losing workers himself. The roaches across the map are actually putting in some serious work from Yakov. So they are keeping this game pretty chaotic, but I'm just not sure if we can get good enough units up right now from from Yakov. The few lurkers just don't feel like they're going to be enough. 5 lurkers are alright, but nowhere near like a truly terrifying force. And, well, a bunch of them are going to get found right now, so even just knowing where they are, so you can play around them is a big deal as well as Cristiana. I think that's the issue. I just don't see where this Zerg army comes from to clean this Protoss force up. Unless these lurkers do more than expected. But we have detection, we have the observer. We could honestly blink on top of them. The storm was actually very good because the drones just stacked. And Yakov, I think, is out of options as this game is not going to go his way. Cristiana going to open up with a 1-0 lead in this best of 3. It's actually pretty close in the end for how bad a start it felt like for Yakov. Cristiano was really pushed a little bit here. Like, he lost a lot of units. He's down to 2 bases at the very end of this. Like, he's leaving this game with 29 probes. You know? It's not like he's in some super comfortable position where he was commanding the whole way throughout. Not in the slightest. But, yeah, it was definitely just quite far behind initially. I don't want to pretend this is still going on. I don't think it is. I think the army supply is too substantial. I don't think these units are going to do enough. We could recall to deal with it as well, which is what we do. Recall a few more units back. Storm, storm, storm. Don't even need one more storm. GG's, and Cristiana takes game 1. So Cristiana with the opening map of this best of 3. Going into Persephone for map number 2 of this in just a couple moments. Alright guys, Persephone could be our last map of the day. Again, this is our last best of 3 of the day, so if Cristiana wins this, we are done. So just remind you guys where we're at. Let's jump on into Persephone. Alright, let's jump into game number 2 of this best of 3. As we have in the bottom left-hand side, the blue Protoss player. This is going to be Cristiana, up 1 in the BO3. Again, such a good start from him. It was definitely nice to see Yakov, our red Zerg top left, pulling it back so much in that last game, so gets me a little bit excited for this game too. If Yakov can get off to a bit of a better start, maybe we can have a little bit more of a contest through the mid stages, because he really made it competitive despite, like I say, a rough start on that last one. I guess a little reminder, tomorrow I'm not going to be here. Just taking a day off tomorrow. Thursday, GSL replay cast. Friday, WardiTV June Group D and the rest of Group C. And then the playoffs of this event on Saturday. European League qualifiers Sunday. So, busy week coming up. WardiTV Mondays on Monday as well. Lots of StarCraft 2 coming your way as we continue to fill the gap. Next big tournament, Home Story Cup at the end of June. End of this month coming up. Home Story Cup, gonna be a good one. Probably just going to do the typical proby things, nibbling around, being an annoyance. We do get the hatchery on the natural, though, which is always good news. It's never a guarantee when the probe is across the map early, so yeah, we do get to work with that. Obviously, no proxy hatch this time from Yakov, so a little bit of a different scenario to what we had in the last game. It's going to be different from the very get-go. It's funny because it kind of went badly for Yakov, but he was the instigator of the whole thing. He went proxy hatch. His opponent went 2 gateways. Those early units on the counterattack, they were, killed off his third base and put Yakov into that really kind of weird position. So definitely put him into a little bit of a difficult spot, no doubt. As the Nexus comes up, the Adept's on the way in. Get that ready to go. And Ling of Speed and a couple of Queens continue to come up as well right now. So we bring this all into play for the moment. Ling is just going to go after the Proby. Look for some damage. Must be coming up, a few Lings coming through. Full of depths. Sorry, poking around. In the early stages. Ling's going to have that Ling speed up. They're going to start getting onto the map here. Twilight Council and a few additional gateways coming through as well. A couple of probes and that warp gate coming up as we speak. Sport Puller, drones, the Queen can be brought in for the moment, so we continue to bring that out for now. This thing's still gathering up. Now we are going to have an Nexus. Just taking some hits, going to be cancelled, so third base going to get taken down straight away. This thing's actually going to continue onto the Adepts and put some good pressure in. Oracle coming overhead, and that will help to encourage a defense as we're going to go Glaives again here from Cristiana. So a second game where we're going to move into this Glaives upgrade and try and find some damage with the Adepts. So kind of seems like he likes it, even though he didn't get as much of a lead on this one like he did in that last game. He's still going to try and make something happen. It was so interesting last game because he went for the Adepts and they didn't actually do much, and he just recalled them home, and I didn't hate it. I didn't love it, right? Because you still invest in those Adepts that could have been Stalkers and Blink. That would have definitely been much more impactful just a bit later down the line. So yeah, interesting scenario that kind of panned out from that last time. So interesting that he decides, hey, let's do this a second time around now here on Persephone. Maybe he feels as though the preparation may not be the same from Yakov. He might not be as paranoid that he's going to get attacked because the early game was bad, so maybe there's some ideas there. A few Adepts here don't have Glaives yet. They want to be careful with what they do. They will shade forward. I don't imagine they commit, but they'll instead cancel and just hang out over here. Again, wait for their Glaives to be done. You don't really reveal much with these Adepts being here because a lot of the time you do see the kind of the... No, a lot of the times you do see the 5 Adepts and the kind of the Oracles teaming up to try and do some damage while you're heading into other things. Now with Glaives done, we're going to reveal this and we'll see what these Adepts can do. Going to shade backwards, 9 Roaches on the way. There's a wall up at the front, so I don't know if we can do much at all. Trade with these Queens and those Lings if we're allowed the chance, but Yakov being very safe and pulling it back. He does kill probes on the other side. A few Lings are on the third mineral line, and they will get rid of a bunch of probes, so they are actually going to be extremely successful. The Adepts actually do get through into the natural and potentially into the main. They want to commit to that shade. The Roaches are going to go after them. They do commit to the shade, so they're going to head into the main mineral line. Good Queen positioning. Holding position on that choke point, and going to make a few of the Adepts just get stuck. Though we will get some Adepts around. We will start to kill some drones. 4 workers dead so far. Looking for more. Blink halfway done. Missile upgrade. Overlord speed and Roach speed still building up as well as 7 drones go down. But like I say, because of the little counterattack on the third mineral line of Cristiana, Yakov got some damage on himself. So for the workers he lost, he actually did a lot of worker damage himself as well. So this really isn't as bad as it might have initially seemed. Actually feel like that little counterattack makes me feel a lot more positive for Yakov than I would otherwise. Yakov, who is, by the way, just going to full send this. Ravage is coming, the drop lords are morphing, and we are going to go, go, go. These lings are kind of attacking early. If you're going to attack, you want to do it with everything right now, those feelings. Unless it's a very convincing fight, you don't want to take fights with portions of your army. The whole point of this is Yakov is you're going to get to a point where you're overwhelming because you're cutting drones and spamming units, and you're looking to hit before a lot of the tech of the Protoss truly comes online. So, yeah, Yakov wants to take a moment here, back up, get set, and kind of just go from there as the feelings come up. The Stalkers are going to get pushed back. Queen trying to step forward as well. Things are chasing. The Roach Ravager coming through. A couple of gates coming online. The battery's coming up as well. Ling Roach Queen coming online with the Roach Speed still coming up as well. Stalkers continue to fight. The Archons as well. Ling Ravager stepping on forward. The Overlord's going to dodge backward now. The other Stasis Ward going to catch. A little bit more damage being dealt. Damage still being done as the Ling Roach Ravager pushes through. Stalkers, the Archon, putting some work in at the moment. Batteries are doing a lot of healing, a lot of units being brought up and into play. I mean, them batteries are putting some serious work in, and we are maintaining this army right now. I love the Archons. Bit of splash mixed in goes a long way as well. Some of the empty batteries are being killed off. I don't even think that's going to matter for Cristiana, who gets a Stasis Ward up right in the front as well. That feels very good for him as well here. Archon gonna get killed. A couple of biles, and the Stalkers get pushed away. The batteries auto-heal each other? No, batteries don't auto-heal structures. They only auto-heal units. So you have to manually target the healing from battery to battery if you wanted to heal up a battery or any other structure for that case. Cannons too? Ooh, I think cannons, they do auto-heal, right? Yeah. Maybe it's just, I think it's just inanimate. Yeah, they auto-heal cannons, so maybe I'm wrong saying structures. Maybe units without an attack is a better idea. Oh, a better way of phrasing it. So yeah, no, they do auto-heal cannons, but they don't auto-heal other batteries. Basically, anything that attacks gets auto-healed, I think. Spy coming up. Ling's on the way in. Attack upgrade, and the Nexus coming through as well. I guess there's like a difference in like static defense of like a cannon versus like other structures in the game, and right, and that's what it bases it off of. Supply's kind of even. Well, Cristiana had to recall and got chased a little. I think overall he's still looking pretty okay right now. As the Roach Ravager gathers up, Oracle sitting overhead. Things on that bottom side going to go down. A little storm coming up on the Roach Ravager. Three Percival Valves coming in. The Roach Ravager getting hit. And actually start getting pushed the other direction here as the Stalkers continue to shove up. Another couple of Valves coming down. We just about managed to dodge away from that one at the moment. Plus one in charge, still coming online. We do have ourselves Stalkers still pressing up. A couple of Lings going down. The rest of the army gathering together as our Stalkers join back in. Another Stasis Ward coming down. An Extractor going to get taken out. We do have the Roach Ravager still pushing through, trying to hold off this army of Cristiana, which is pressing right on the base of Yakov. This is the fourth base. There's no replacement fourth up. You lose this, and you're going to be in a tough position as the Zerg here in this game 2, the best of 3, and it just goes down. No real contest made about it. I mean, this army of Cristiana is just strong right now against Roach Ravager. The supplies are not really fair. Equal army supplies and one guy has roaches. It's a little bit of a yikes. As you do see the Roachron going down. A few of the units slipping through into the natural mineral line. Storm on the Roach Ravager on the right side. A couple more storms again. More Corrosive Biles. Dropping in again, hitting a few more of those Stalkers. We do just have Zealots just going huge on the mineral line. Actually, I mean, there's a good counter-attack on the other side, by the way, with the mutas showing up. But, I mean, I'm watching over here because it really feels like this is going to be game-ending anyway. The mutas are great and all. Yes, they're a thing. They're killing some probes. It just doesn't matter. It's not important to the story of this game. I mean, I guess it is why Yakov maybe doesn't have a few more ground units, but realistically, those mutas are just not doing enough to make up for everything else that's taking place. GG's. Cristiana with the 2-0 rounds out our 9th best of 3 of the day. And with that, my friends, we are going to be rounding out our day of StarCraft 2. Beautiful. What could Yakov have done better? I mean, he committed to aggressive attacks that didn't do enough. Sometimes it's not necessarily about what you do better versus you decided to go for an attack and the Protoss had 10 batteries in place to play defensively, you know? Like, at that point, you roll the dice on the attack that just was defended against, you know? I think it doesn't really get, you know, it doesn't have to be more complicated than that every time. Alright guys, it's been a long day for me. We'll be back on Thursday with some GSL replay cast and for the rest of WardiTV June, Friday and Saturday. Thank you so much for watching. I appreciate you all. I'm just going to leave you with that and I'll catch you guys on Thursday. Bye.